Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. It is Monday. It is November 4th, and I have a cold. So, I got that going for me, which is nice. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Good to see you here for the space news. Yo, the music has stopped. Yeah. It's because your boy's here. It's because your boy. But I think I got the most of it I got over the weekend. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Now, there's not that much on the space news front, but we do have a launch here in about 4 hours. No, it's a little bit longer than that. Give me 1 second. I gotta find the right mouse for the right computer. Oh, I thought this was the Shuttle and Constellation rant segment. Constellation should have happened. Meddling in our space program's national policy was an idiotic move. It shouldn't have happened. We saved $30 billion, though, but we really didn't because we just funneled that money into SLS, which is something that does arguably cost the same amount of money, does a lot less. There's your rant segment over. SpaceX 31 is at 9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And now, if you're in the US, we are back on Standard Time, and it is dark out for me at 4:30 in the afternoon. That's lovely. Hello, everybody. I am EJ, your host of the Space and Rocket Review. Yep. The Space and Rocket Review. You two girls. Tell your friends. Space and Rocket Review. Welcome to winter. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Daylight time is great for me. Because if we didn't have daylight savings time, like I know a lot of people hate it. If we didn't have daylight savings time, this would suck. Because now that we're back on standard time, the sun goes down at like 4:30 in the afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the far right-hand side of a time zone if you were looking at a map, so daylight savings time is actually super good for me. Yep. It actually does make a huge difference. In the dead middle of winter, so not the dead middle of winter. The end of fall, the start of winter, December 21st, the sun is up for, not very long. It goes down at 3:30 in the afternoon. That's how it's supposed to be. Daylight from 8 to 4. No, I don't want that at all. You lived above the Arctic Circle, so you had 24 hours of dark. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that, but we almost have that. Yeah, and the dead, quote-unquote, middle of proverbial winter, not the actual middle of winter. Yeah, the day where the 21st or the days are the shortest. Yeah. Sucks. But hey, what are you going to do? Something like that, Teague. Sunrise time? "6:23 a.m. is when the sun came up. "4:33 p.m. is when the sun goes down. Bah! 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 Arguably, you got 3 hours of light at the shortest up here. Yep. It sucks. Okay. There is not a lot, guys. The space news cycle is kind of slow right now. We do, like I said, we do have SpaceX 31, CRS 31, which is set at 39A. It's set to launch in, like I said, about 4 hours from now. You try living in London, we have a much shorter day than Mass, as we are much higher in latitude. Yeah. No. An OLM 3D model video. Oh. Whoa. Dude, that's sick. Hold on. Let's start with that. So yeah, SpaceX 31 is going in a little bit, and we should be going all the way to that. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream. Boom, boom. Make sure your tray and seat back is in the upright and locked position. So who did this render? This is done by OE. I'm OE 3D and Space Enthusiast. Daily 3D renders animations of the Starbase in Boca Chica, Texas. Cool. How to assemble the OLM for the second pad. Board by Asadewit Kemwa. Okay. What do we got? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those pieces weren't upside down like I said they were. I was totally wrong. Just thought I'd let you know. Dude. Dude. That's so sick. That's so cool. Yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to look like. I wonder what, like, I don't know, man. I love how they have a pickup truck for scale. What is this video? I will link this up in chat. This is thousands. This is great, dude. Yeah, here, I'll link it up. I go to work in the dark and go home in the dark. Winter's coming, indeed, Phil. And also this OLM building at Hangar M. Oh, what else do we got here? Okay. So this is fun. SpaceX might be building the new launch mount for 39A as we speak. NOAA imagery of Hangar M. There are these plates outside. Turns out they just happen to match the exact sizes and shapes of the water-cooled steel plates. I tried to tell you there was no way all the weight of a full stack will transfer through a hinge. What do you... Wait, when? When, Katra? Trey, a NASA internship just popped up for HLS. It is a landing internship and mentions that they will be using LiDAR. I don't know if that's interesting. Of course that's interesting. We did actually see a viewer, or not a viewer, a tank watcher, I guess, did a render of what HLS could possibly look like, which is actually super, super cool. That's Hangar M right there. Yeah. I tried to tell you there's no way all the weight of a full stack will transfer through a hinge when you talked about the new hold down points like 4 weeks ago. Yeah, except that the hold down points are still hinges. They're still hinges, dude. Yeah, they're not like a static thing or anything. They still like flip up and in. They just don't have the pneumatics. Not every single one of the 20 hold down points is a tail surface mast. There's that's the big reason for simplification. The pneumatic spin start system is in a manifold configuration now, through one umbilical instead of a manifold configuration through 20 umbilicals into the Raptors. What's the signal lexicon for M? Mike.
Discovery.
Hey, Medic Vox. Tier 2, 7-month resub. Thank you very much. So, actually, Space Engineer is the guy that did the that HLS render. Interesting. Okay, how do we know that those pieces aren't the pieces that are headed towards Boca Chica? How do we know that? Here's a more recent aerial from the middle of... from mid-October. Oh, these are the NOAA images. Yep, there's the OLM that was going to go at 39A, but now it's just sitting outside. Yeah, they're definitely there. Yeah, guys, I have a feeling that those are the ones for Boca Chica. I have a feeling. The reason why is that you'd see more pad work, unless they're making this thing inside of Hangar M. Maybe. Hey, Medic Fox, what's up, dude? Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. Interesting find, though. But Space Engineer actually also did a render here. Yeah. MCRS 987. Check it out. This was based off of some testimony that a guy from a guy that a guy from a guy heard a little while back. But yeah, that's a potential layout. I don't think it's probably not what it's going to look like, but still cool. That's a very old one. That's what I thought. I thought that it might be a little old. Are we going to look at the Fish and Wildlife Service's Freedom of Information Act request? We can do that if you want. I don't... Let's get through a little bit more news. Yeah, I guess we'll stick with OLM stuff. Check it out. We got another piece being delivered here. Look. Being delivered by a good old Peterbilt, boy. There's another piece of the new OLM being moved. This was from our buddies over at NSF on Starbase Live. Also, I'm hearing some rumors in the grapevine for possible dates. Nothing solid. Yeah, Medic. Yep. So yeah, that's another one of those pieces. This piece is what we just saw from OE over here is one of these guys. It's those boys right there. It's one of those pieces. Those are big boy pieces. Those things are heavy, man. And I had originally theorized that they were going to flip these upside down to put them together. I was completely wrong. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense to do that. But those are the pieces right there that they saw at Boca Chica. Those guys. Or that they saw at Hangar M. Those ones right there that are spinning around. Which is the water. That's the pad deluge. Pad deluge is kind of built. Well, not really kind of a deluge, but to me that fish and wildlife stuff isn't malicious, just a demonstration of typical incompetence. Don't attribute to malice what you could attribute to incompetency, Joe. That's right. I kind of agree with you. When do you believe pad B will be finished? I think that whole pad will be done by the end of the year. At least that's SpaceX's internal expectation. If Gwen says it's going to be done by the end of the year, I believe it's going to be done by the end of the year. Still got plenty of time. We got 2 months left. Look where this pad was 2 months ago. Just saying. Maybe, Erudite. I don't know. Pad B in mid-December is the goal. Yeah, that's right, Medic. It is. That's what old Gwen said, so once again, last. What's up, Tessa? I don't Okay, finally watched Oppenheimer the other day. Yeah, they did him dirty, just like Turing. Yeah. I was there for Flight 4 and there was nothing there. There you go, RC. That's what I'm saying, man. Dude, especially in the wake of that, I think it's very, very funny that people are still, like, Elon timelines. Am I Elon time? Am I right? Like, you see that up there. You see that. You see that. I think that SpaceX has finally kind of gotten to the point where they really have the technical chops to just do whatever, whenever. The key is figuring out where they're shifting their effort to, or what they're shifting their effort to. As far as IFT6, most likely they're going to try and have Tower 2 fully operational. A lot of unknown unknowns are gone. Yeah, thousands. I can't stress this enough. This right here really took the edge off. Like, that is a big milestone, big leap forward. Yeah, I wouldn't, like, wouldn't doubt it. Just belt out whatever, SpaceX history in a nutshell. We want to do this. That'll never work. All right. And then they do it. Catch tells you a lot of the delay was paperwork. Yeah, something like that. We could have had Hindenburg 2.0 if that went wrong. Yep. But yeah, I think the pad's going to be done by the end of the year. Trench and everything. Yep. All right, so if you guys want to go over that fish and wildlife stuff, we can. But it's... Let's get through the rest of the stuff here, and then we will. There's not a lot. There's... Yeah, so first, we received kind of some word the other day that Blue Origin violated a water permit here for their second stage static fire on September 23rd, 2024, when they static fired their second stage at Slick 36. What we saw before were just screenshots of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, but yeah, no, it turns out that's actually legit. Here's the article right there if anybody else needs another source. Blue Origin applied for the permit for the LC-36 pad deluge system. No permit is issued to date, and the system may not be placed into service. And the static fire definitely used it. So, yeah. You don't watch the Soyuz 21B stream. If it's not a NASA launch, Conan, I not really know. It should be happening in another 30 minutes, though. So, yeah, that's official from the document there. From the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which is not great. Not great for them, but anyway. So, next bit of news here is Gilmore Space Technologies is given the green light to launch Australia's first commercial orbital rocket. In short, Gilmore Space Technologies have been granted a permit to launch its 25-meter tall orbital rocket from Bowen in Queensland. Really? Huh. Where is this happening? Huh. All right, let's take a look. A Queensland space company is set to make history after being given the green light to launch Australia's first commercial orbital rocket. Adam Gilmore, of Gilmore Space Technologies, CEO, said he was notified by the Australian Space Agency earlier this month on the permit to launch their 25-meter tall rocket from Bowen, a small North Queensland town, into low Earth orbit had been granted. Nice. Where is this? It's a bit more north up the coast, Torlab. Okay. These look like hotels and stuff. I don't know what that is. Coal. Whoa. Bulk or coal carrier right there. Damn, dude. That's sick. Coal aggregate storage right there. Up, that's it. That's it right there. Got it. Nothing gets EJ going like big infrastructure. That's right. So there it is. I knew nothing about this, to be honest with you. Under the Space Launches and Returns Act 2018, a permit must be obtained from the ASA before a rocket can be launched from Australian soil. Applicants need to satisfy a range of criteria in order to secure a permit, including ensuring that any harm to the public, damage, or property is as low as reasonably practical. Failure to do so can result in serious penalties. But Mr. Gilmore said when he and his brother James Gilmore set out to be the first to build a rocket of its kind in Australia almost a decade ago, he never imagined getting a permit would be the most difficult part. I honestly thought the environmental approval to launch the rocket over the Great Barrier Reef would take the longest, and we got that well over a year ago. Liftoff is hoped for next month. No crap. All right. Good for these guys. So there's the launch site right there. I love how it just tees off this pit mine right here. Look at that. I'm waiting for them to give a date so I can take this road trip up there. That's cool. Oh. The H3. This is the H3 launch from this morning. Yep. We can pop this into.
43, 42, 41, 42, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33.
ウォーターカーテン散水開始。
For launch pad, the water current system is activated.
26,
Hey.
25, 24,
This is a replay from this morning.
21, 20, 19,
Yeah, Trey, we can go over that in a second.
16, 15,
フライトモードオン。
Flight mode on.
11, 10, 9, 8,
Rofi ignition.
6, 5,
全システム発射準備完了。
All systems are go.
Engine
メインエン
ignition.
ジンスタート。
Main engine start.
SRB3 点火。
Oh.
Three boosters ignition and lift off.
H3 ロケット4号機は
ロケット
2024年11月4日午後3時48分00
Hello.
種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。
We have a
Taganashima.
successful liftoff of H3 launch vehicle flight number 4 from JAXA Tanegashima Space Center at
Tanegashima.
3:48 p.m. and 0 seconds on November 4th, 2024 Japan Sun Time.
Cool.
打ち上げ以降ロケットの管制は竹崎発射管制塔から竹
Let's see if she still does
Go and throttle up.
the thing still does that huge turn here.
Of A3 was handed over to Takesaki Range Control Center.
47、48、49、50、51、52、53、54、56、57、58、59。
What launch was this? This is
打ち上
Kirameki
げ後
3.
1分が経過しました
It's 1 minute into the launch, into the flight.
68、69、70、71、72、73、74、75、76、77、78、
It's a defense communication satellite. Okay.
86、
Military payload.
ロ
Gotcha,
ケット
Psycho.
は正常に飛行中地上局のロケット追尾も正常です
Raketo.
A3 flight is on course. The ground stations are tracking the launch vehicle and all statuses are nominal.
101、102、103、104、105、106、107、108、109、110、11、12、13、
That's Tanegashima. It's on the very southern tip of Japan. It is an island. This is the bottom of Kyushu right here. So south is that way, north is this way.
分離
Street
West is that way, east is the rocket's going east right now.
29、
H3 ロケット4号機が打ち上がり SRB3 の分離が確認されました。引き続き飛行中の
SRB
様
is
子を
flamed out
見守りましょう。
and separated.
40、41、42、43、44、45、46、47、48、49、150、51、52、53、54、55、56、57、58、59、160、61、62、
第1段エンジンの燃焼は正常制御系飛行経路も正常ですロケットは順調に飛行を続けています
Man of the first stage engines, attitude control and trajectory are all nominal. A3 flight is well on course.
Cool. So I assume this launch went okay. I just want to see this part again.
On
Flight mode on.
11、10、9、8、7、
I just want to see this part again.
全システム発射準備完了
All systems are go.
メインエンジンスタート
Main engines start.
SRB3 点火リフトオフ
Street boosters ignition and lift off.
H3 ロケット4号機は2024年11月4日午後3時48分00秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられ
That's cool, man. What a beast. Tanegashima is one of the prettiest launch sites, guys, I would say. Yeah, definitely sweet. Also, there's an old mobile launcher sitting right there, just in case anybody was wondering. It's behind my head. That's probably an old H2. You see it right there? This thing is one of those, but for a different rocket. There's just bits and pieces of it over here. Y2 towers, lightning rods, Alan. You don't want to get struck by lightning. There's another pad. It's actually, Tanegashima is a 2-pad launch complex. There's another pad over here. Here, I actually, while we're there, I can show you. See, Tanegashima's way down here. There's Kyushu. So check this out. See? Twin pad complex. Look, yeah, see, that thing's been there for a while. That's the old launcher. One of these things, I think it is at least. See? Twin pad complex. 1 and 2. Pretty cool. And look, look. It's got a little road. they got little roads for their mobile launcher. That's cool, man. Yeah, Tanegashima is built, yeah, right into the side of this hill here. Which is actually, like I said, they got their own integration building there. See it? It's not as big as the VAB, but it's pretty big. Fuel farm is over there on the other side of that berm. Yeah, pretty cool. This is the fourth flight of the H3, which is yeah, the first launch didn't go very well, but yeah, since then it's been pretty good. H3 is on paper, at least on the books, to be able to support gateway logistics services, which is cool. So we might see beyond low Earth orbit HTV going out to gateway at some point, which is super cool. Roscosmos Ionosphere M starts in 20 minutes. We could watch it if you want, dudes. I mean, I haven't really covered a lot of Russian launches lately for reasons. Could it potentially launch a Cygnus? In the beefiest version, sure. What's that, Phil? It's coming from Ashley Vance. Yeah, there's not a lot of good space news, and I'm not sure how much you want to get into this. So Ashley Vance he's done one of the books about Elon Musk. He's written a book about him. Bloomberg did an article saying relativity is not doing very well. Yeah, the first launch payload, yeah, Alan, it was not good. That was an expensive satellite. Yeah, relativity is not doing very well. Relativity Space is fully committed to launch a Terran R. We continue to make significant progress towards our 2026 launch target and are confident in our ability to bring this innovative vehicle to market. Other firms, particularly those that soared to lofty valuations during the blank check deal frenzy some 3 years ago, are buckling under the constraints of a highly capital-intensive and difficult space business. The Richard Branson-founded Virgin Orbit company filed for bankruptcy in April 2023. This July, Astrospace completed a take-private deal with its founders, capping a descent from SPAC darling to delisting in 3 years. Formed in 2015, Relativity burst onto the scene with their ambition to build and launch rockets that were almost entirely 3D printed. Company boasted the largest 3D metal printers in the world at its factory in Long Beach for making rocket parts, with the eventual goal of 3D printing rockets on Mars one day. Chief Executive Officer Tim Ellis expressed hopes of turning Relativity into a serious competitor of SpaceX, which has held a de facto monopoly on large U.S. rocket launches with its Falcon 9 for the last few years. In 2021, Relativity received a valuation of $4.2 billion after closing Series E funding round of $650 million. The company then went on to launch its first rocket, Terran 1, in March of 2023. The rocket, which Relativity said was roughly 85% 3D printed, successfully launched and made it into space, but failed to reach orbit. Weeks after the flight, Relativity announced that it was abandoning further test launches of Terran 1 to focus solely on development of a large rocket called Terran R that would compete more directly with Falcon 9. The company also announced plans to incorporate more traditional manufacturing methods with Terran R, moving away from its 3D printing. Relativity claimed that Terran R would be ready to start launching in 2026. However, the company has been relatively quiet about its progress through 2024. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really say that they're doing good, but that doesn't really say that they're doing bad either. It's just that they've been quiet. Being quiet doesn't necessarily mean something is wrong. If memory serves, I wrote the first story on relativity space back in 2017. Here we are 7 years and $1.3 billion in funding later, and things are getting quite tough. Seems like canceling the Terran 1 rocket, which had customers, Iridium, Tricep, DoD, and NASA, wasn't a great move after all. I agree. That's Caleb Henry that used to work at Space News. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Pivoting off of Terran 1 when it had paying customers was kind of dumb. But hindsight's 2020, you know. It does look like Relativity's making decent progress at LC-16. I doubt that's telling anything other. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so relativity might not be in trouble. They might just be putting their head down and getting stuff done. But I do have some bad news, guys. We don't know if relativity is doing well or not, but we do know. I don't want to share this, but Reaction Engines is bankrupt. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good at all. I don't know who they are. Reaction Engines were working on an atmospheric breathing rocket engine called Sabre. Sabre was supposed to be groundbreaking technology for SSTOs. They also make radiators for Mercedes-Benz Formula One. This is from the Financial Times. Let's see. British aerospace pioneer Reaction Engines has collapsed into administration after failing to secure new funding, ending ambitious hopes of revolutionizing air travel by making hypersonic flight a reality. PwC, which was already on standby, was appointed as administrator on Thursday, the firm said, which had been developing a hybrid rocket jet engine, had been pursuing opportunities to raise further funds, but unfortunately these attempts were unsuccessful. The majority of Reaction's 208-strong staff, 173 people, have been made redundant. The remaining staff will be kept on to complete a number of existing orders in support of winding down operations. Reaction's collapse could prove a challenge for several Formula One teams which use its innovative cooling technology in their engines supplied by Mercedes-Benz. Spokesperson for the Mercedes F1 team said the company was in active dialogue with administrators to ensure the necessary hardware supply for the 2025 season. Reaction's technology is part of the cooling system in the engines used by Mercedes F1 and supplied to McLaren, Williams, and Aston Martin to help optimize performance. The company's demise could also trigger a battle over ownership of the intellectual property of its cutting-edge technology, which PwC is expected to assess, according to people familiar with the situation. Oof. Ooh. Militaries could want to use it too. Well, it's very interesting that we bring this that this is mentioned because a little while back, Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, I think it was, invested a heavy amount of money into reaction engines and built new facilities in Colorado. That was probably like 2019. So it's kind of interesting to see. It's kind of interesting to see this happen, especially since they have all that seed money. How long had they been working on this engine? Long time. If I had to guess, guys, I'm gonna guess that their cooling technology, it's gonna find its way onto a defense contractor will buy the IP, and then who knows what we'll see with it. But yeah, guys, the point is that there's not good things on the horizon for aerospace, and this is what I mean about the commercial market being so damn volatile. You do not want this kind of stuff. Sorry, I had to open the door. It's getting a little toasty in here. You don't want to put all your eggs in the commercial basket with space programs. This is why companies can just fold out of nowhere, which happens because our capitalistic market is elastic. You know, you have periods of growth, and then you have a contraction, and growth and contraction. It kind of springs back and forth. It's just the nature of the beast, right? What bucks that trend is NASA and NASA's space program. The market has always gone in cycles. Bingo. Yeah. The real question is how many of these guys are going to survive this? We already saw Virgin Orbit go. Whether relativity is good or bad, we don't know. Reaction engines is gone. Again, reaction engines were not developing Skyline, they were working on the engines. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly, Wiz. It happens. Do you have the Dragon ISS reboost thing up? Yes, we do. So, yeah, figure we'd get some bad news out of the way. That sucks, man. I remember looking forward to towards those engines. So, they were working on a Sabre engine. So here's a kind of placeholder 3D render of one. So that's a Sabre engine right there. A Sabre engine is basically, it's a hybrid rocket jet engine. If you ever played Kerbal, the Rapier engine in Kerbal is the same thing. So basically at lower altitudes, it works like a regular jet engine, just doing jet engine things. And then you get to higher altitudes, right? And it turns into a rocket engine. The thing is, in between, in that hypersonic regime, you really have to worry about the air going into the engine and cooling it. Reaction engines basically had a really, really, really amazing heat exchanger that was designed to take in air at high speed using a helium cooling loop. Liquid helium cooling loop. Whether the ones on like the Mercedes Formula 1 cars do that or not, I don't know. Hey Mauritius, how are you? Hello from Austria. Hello from the United States. So what the Sabre engine was basically going to do is have this heat. This is basically a giant radiator, like a radiator that you find in a car. It's an air-to-air, where it's a air-to-liquid charge cooler, basically. They had liquid helium go in here, exchange the heat with the incoming air, because helium's an extremely good conductor of heat, and then that gaseous helium would go back through a pump on the motor back into the liquid fuel tanks, and the liquid hydrogen tank inside of the spacecraft that this thing would be flying in would work basically like a condenser, condense it back into liquid helium because it's using liquid hydrogen, and hydrogen and helium are like kind of distant cousins on the periodic table, and then shoot it back towards, condense it back into liquid and shoot it back towards here. The idea is that you can cool your intake air to get a jet engine to work at a much higher altitude. Basically, when you're going fast enough, you get re-entry heating coming in here, and that's not good for the motor. So their heat exchanging technology was really the big deal. They both begin with H. Yep. So yeah, I remember reading about that 10 years ago and was like, oh, that's super cool. I really hope they do it. And like I said, guys, the last thing we heard ever from reaction engines really was that they had a huge investment from big defense contractors like Lockheed. And they were building a new facility in Colorado. Actually, here, hold on. I'll show you where it is. We actually haven't looked at it in a little while. Let's see. Here. There is some, they have a facility at this airport out there somewhere. I don't know. But it's one of these hangars or something. They're doing something out there. This is, once again, just east of Denver. Hang on, I just want to see something. Yes. Look, Denver Stapler. Denver Stapler Airport. And then they were like, nah, never mind. Because they built this thing out here. That's a big one. Big. Yeah, so that sucks for a reaction, but hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right, cool. So, this is coming from Spaceflight Now, this next bit here. There was a pre-launch news teleconference actually a couple hours ago. Here, let's see who was on it. Bill Spatch, Operations Integration for ISS, Megan Everett, Chief Scientist, and Jared Metter, Director of Flight Reliability at SpaceX. All right. The big news coming out of this press conference is that CRS-31, the mission that's going to launch in about 3 hours, 3:15 from now, noted that the Cargo Dragon spacecraft will perform an ISS boosting demonstration for the first time during the month that it is docked to the space station. It's set to dock to the ISS on November 5th around 10:15 a.m. Eastern. It's set to dock to the ISS on 10:15. Wow. 12-hour rendezvous. All right, let's go. Let's go, dude. Sweet. Yeah, this Dragon is going to test a boosting maneuver, which is pretty cool. The 5th. Yeah, I know. 10:15 in the morning. Looks like we're going to be here. We'll watch this thing launch. We'll go to bed, and then we'll wake up and watch it dock to the ISS. Yep. We'll get a nice big old extended stream tomorrow. Use the boost to get through. What kind of boost maneuver? The one that involves thrust and best. Hip hop with 101 month resub. That was a second ago. Sorry, the headset turned off. And then Adam with a 73 month resub. Hey, what's up, man? No stream tomorrow. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's not stream tomorrow. Best thrust. Will you watch the Soyuz launch? I hadn't planned on it, Dio. I haven't really watched a lot of Soyuz. No stream tomorrow. But folks need the distraction. Well, I gotta go vote, dudes. Tomorrow morning should be all right. Just be gone by the afternoon, right? Yeah, election day is tomorrow. I don't think it's fair to my mods. But maybe. We'll see, depending on how it goes. I don't live in the States. Go ahead and stream. Yeah, we'll see. I need my daily rocket review. Either way, I'll do big streams for the rest of the we'll do big streams for the rest of the week to make up for it. Put it on emote only mode and ride it out. You cannot use the Dracos to boost, right? You could use the backwards facing ones, Alan. Yeah. I guess. I don't want to put my mods through that, dudes. We'll see. I remember streaming late at night during the 2016 election. I don't remember what I did during 2020. I don't think I streamed. You're watching Hallmark movies with a cup of soup. Nice. Sub mode only for a day. I don't know. We'll see. Either way, whatever happens tomorrow, guys, you can be sure that we'll probably be discussing spaceflight policy over the next couple of days after, which once again, I'm totally cool with discussing as long as you guys stay cool with discussing it, you know? You're going to distract yourself by reading Fall of Reach again. You need to vote. One missed stream won't matter. Yeah, exactly. Soyuz has lifted off. Nice, nice, nice. Trust! Best! Yep. So, thanks for reminding me. You got to fill out your ballot. Yeah, I will just gently remind everybody with no bias towards any one particular candidate because it's not any of your business who I vote for, nor is it my duty to tell you you should vote. Go do it. I don't care who you vote for. Put Mickey Mouse in there for all I care. You should vote. Do it. I'm your entertainment. I'm not telling you who to vote for. You vote for whoever you want. How do I send my vote from the UK? No, not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. No. You, though. Over there. And you. Not you. Oh. Yeah, that information is out there, Lazarus. I'm not discussing it here, dude. I'm your entertainment. You guys come to me to hear beautiful, awesome space news. Even though the space news today has not been great. Wish Elon had the sense not to weigh in. It's his prerogative, man. He can say whatever he wants. Whatever happens tomorrow, we all still friends and neighbors on Wednesday. Sure. I'll trade you for real fish and chips. No. We threw something tea in Harbor 250 years ago and change. No. Go away. Not you. No. No. Real fish and chips is good though. Yeah, I understand that, but no. Yeah, I just meant for space politics and whatnot. Yeah, I really can only discuss policy, Lazarus. I'm not going to sit here and say, like I said, the information is out there if you want to go look for it. It's there. Some candidates have talked about space policy, so we'll see. We'll see. You know, it's definitely out there. I'm not going to point you in any one particular direction. Once again, I'm your entertainment. You know, you don't go to the movie theater to get a lecture on politics. People do not like that. That's not cool. I don't do that here. I just rage about spaceflight policy for your entertainment. And that's where that ends. That's how it's been. This has been my policy for the better part of a decade. It has not failed me once. Oh, wait, we did burn your White House down. Just saying. Canada did it, all right? You son of a... America did not like that. You're lucky. You are lucky we like you. You are lucky. So you're saying we should go... No, I'm not saying that. Yep. So long as politics doesn't mess with SLS. Alan, what I'm going to do is I will report to you what the spaceflight policy is when we get it. Yeah, it might take a little bit what the plan is, but we'll see, you know, see what happens. 90% of Canadians live within a 4-day march of the U.S. border, just saying. Just saying what? You'll cross the border and then get immediately destroyed by farmers. What do you keep saying? I'll keep saying there, bud. Oh yeah, try it. Try it. See what happens. Oh, it's not going to end good for you. Not really going to end good for you at all. Don't touch our boats. That's right. Come on. Do you guys really want to pick a fight with the US? You really want to do that? You sure about that? You sure? We're kind of nuts. Do you see what's happening tomorrow? We're kind of crazy. You sure you want to do that? You sure you want to do that? I would reconsider it. Just saying. I would reconsider that one. That historically, that's not been a good move. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, medic. They'll just apologize. Yeah, sorry about that, bud. Yeah, all right. They'll march just to say sorry. Yep. S31 tile news. I'm getting to it, man. Stop rushing me. Okay. Soyuz looks like it done good, though. As if there was any doubt. Oh, sorry, bud. Don't touch the boats. Just saying. Okay. Creeper, did you delete all the Space News link that you linked me? I'm confused. I look back over there and I'm like, I don't remember typing that today. Canadians go crazy if you insult their hockey teams. Well, I'm a Bruins fan, Gugu. It's my job. It's my job. You don't understand. The Bruins hate everybody. Hey, you got to them. No sense in leaving them there. Okay. It's in Discord, Hokey. Creeper just DMs me all of that. S31 tile news. Not heard about that. Well, check this out. This is from Scott Likes SLS here. This is a Starship Gazer picture. Check it out. They've removed a lot of tiles. You can see where the original tile, like if you look at this picture from Starship Gazer, take a look-see. You can see where the original, these little dots right here are the mechanical adhesion points for the tiles, where they kind of press into place. You can see that SpaceX has removed a good amount of them. Interestingly enough, it looks like whatever research that they did with aluminum tiles are proving fortuitous. Also, as we kind of thought, you might not need tiles where the catch pins for a future ship might be. Just added, just saying. This is actually a little bit further up where the catch pin would be, is up there a little bit further. But still a cool picture nonetheless. So SpaceX, if you guys didn't know, if you look up here, see these like kind of different types of tiles? Like look at this picture right here. There's different types of tiles, and in some places there were no tiles at all. SpaceX actually put aluminum tiles on the ship to see where, to like actually physically see, and I mean obviously they had sensors behind them, but they put them behind the ship to kind of actually see where you were getting, where heating information was coming from. I'd often said in the past that this type of data is invaluable because there's no way to test reentry. There is no way to do that. The closest that you can get is an arc jet, which is kind of like a hypersonic wind tunnel, I guess, if you really want to call it that. It's not really even that. It's an arc jet. That's why it has a different name. There is really no other good way to test reentry heating. There's no way to test it other than doing it. Um, how, Hazelar, what's up? Sorry for the question if it's not appropriate, but would it be better for the space program? Yeah. Hazelar, here's the thing. This is what we were just talking about. The election and stuff. Guys, you got to do your own research on that one. Go look. There is information out there about each candidate's space program and their aspirations for space. It's out there. Go look for it. I don't want to be the one to tell you. I don't feel comfortable spouting off political opinions here. Except when it comes to spaceflight policy. Canceling Constellation was dumb, and the people that did it are dumb. Boom. There you go. Bam. What do you think about that? No, sorry, I don't know New York. I just don't think it's my place to do it, dude. You know? Yeah, all I can tell you is that the information is out there. You vote how you want. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. Sorry. It's just, dude, I'm your entertainment. You don't go watch Star Wars to get political opinions, you know what I mean? Sorry for the question. You're from Europe. No problem, Hazelar. Yeah. Okay. This might age poorly. I'd say no matter what happens, at the very least, we kind of just keep going with the status quo. It's just basically how it is now, which is not... It's not great, but it's not bad either. It's kind of just the same. We're the kind of the trajectory that we've been going. You know what I mean? That's the worst case scenario. So we'll see. That's what I can tell you. So like, it's not like one or the other is going to be disastrous. You know what I mean? But once again, that's up to you guys. I'm not telling you who to vote for. That's not my job. I found something the other day you can relate. When you were younger and you asked the question, what did your dad do? He made you look up and spend more than a few minutes. Yeah. I guess. I'm not sure what that means, King, but yeah. Vote for Pedro. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. With that being said, Cletus for president, Troy, I don't think he's old enough. I'm pretty sure he's not 35 per U.S. civics. If you're from overseas, you have to be 35 to be president. That prevents nepotism. It's checks and balances from the founding fathers. You know, you can't have like a 15-year-old president of the United States. You have to be 35. Appreciate that about you. Yeah, with that being said, if you guys wanted to learn about U.S. civics, if you're from overseas or something, I could teach you about civics. Now is probably not the best time. Now is probably not the best time to do that. I know my civics pretty dang well, because that's important to me. I think that's very important. Yeah, James. That's a good way to look at it, dude. I'm not gonna say that on the stream, but yeah, vote for Zoidberg, please. But I want civics now, Daddy. Let's come back in a couple of weeks. Sure. Yeah, because the U.S. founding documents are actually super cool. It's like a really well-balanced video game. It's like Did Dust. It's like Dust 2. Very, very balanced, very well thought out. Like that. And somebody might yell at you about sleeping with your mother. It's very much like that. Yeah, it is like Dust 2. That's a good way to say that. You know, lots of guns, lots of shouting. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. But it works. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like Dust 2. Not sure if being sarcastic. You know what? I'm not even sure if I'm being sarcastic. How did they write down these documents so young at the time? I don't know, Darkbrew. I don't know how they had the wherewithal, but really happy they did. Yeah, King, it's not just memorization, but yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Federalist Papers would be another good place to start if you wanted to read about, how we thought up our founding documents and stuff. Choice is clear. We must steal the Declaration of Independence. Yeah. I'm a little tired, I'm a little wired, and I think I deserve some appreciation. Some of us would say you even spend an unhealthy amount of time reading space documents. It's important to me. There's a map on the back. Daddy, I want squirrel now. Daddy. Not touching that one, Alamander. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah, vote. I don't know if I'm going to be here or not. It depends. It depends on how spicy it gets. We'll see. Speaking of spicy, here. This is what you guys wanted to see. So check this out. Space Engineer has... At least the guy says these are all acquired via the Freedom of Information Act. And these are a bunch of emails within the Fish and Wildlife Service regarding Starship. They're really not beating the allegations that the agency is incredibly incompetent a short thread. Okay, so this is interesting about incorporating a deluge system into the concrete. They think they can launch another this year. Elon says no environmental damn. Oh, is that a YouTube? That... This was an informative article. Oh, no. During our consultation, I do not remember the FAA stating that if an explosion occurred, whether on pad or rocket or in air, would be investigated as two separate investigations or describing, as the article states. The FAA is open to mishap investigation on the ongoing debris field. This is in addition to the anomaly investigation into the rocket failing to complete its mission. The BCO and anomaly and mishap were described as the same. If FAA investigations take up to 90 days, should the debris stay in place until those investigations are complete. This would allow us and the TPWD and other agencies to look at the least damaging options for removal. Should we at this time send a letter to the FAA reinitiation of the consultation because debris went beyond the analyzed debris and flame boundaries shown in Figure 27 of the BCO? Potentially exceeding take authorized for habitat impacts, or could this be considered an emergency consultation where we would address removal and cleanup measures? Good article, valid regulatory questions for sure. We should be asking the FAA what went wrong from a regulatory stance, because clearly the finding of no significant impact level National Environmental Protection Agency analysis is inadequate. Oh, why? Using LAD Padre and NSF streams as part of environmental monitoring. What? This one shows night or early morning light activity, and later, especially near the video debris and car damage, shows some of the debris in the tidal flat area, damage to the pad and hole. They talk about and show some of the large concrete chunks flying apart during takeoff. Oh. This is from the first flight. Oh yeah, that and a lot more. It totally cratered the launch pad, destroying their equipment and destroyed cars that were parked across the street. They lost electricity to the site as well. There's concrete debris all over the place. Do the tanks look damaged to you? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's clear we don't have the proper equipment for this multiple devices, environmental condition sensor softwares. So should we look into potential funding sources to acquire or potentially rent the necessary equipment from the company? Are there even ways to get funding for something like this quickly, or is there a hope of acquiring sound data from SpaceX? This is from the Fish and Wildlife Service. Good morning. I have a quick question that I received from HQOC. Does Ecological Services or refugees provide a formal report that we send to the FAA following an event like the Starship launch? Or is it more informal communication via email or phone? Thanks. General TLDR, they keep citing multiple YouTube videos and articles for their investigation rather than data that they recorded, which is interesting to say the least. No direct communications with SpaceX either. Anyway, here's all the photos attached to the file. This is for after Flight 1, guys. See the tanks? They're all messed up. Yeah. It did be scattering a lot of debris, though. I mean, it's not insane that the Fish and Wildlife Services are not knowledgeable about spaceflight. It's not insane, Serbian, but why are they saying why do they have regulation over it then? Yeah, okay, yep. Just putting it out there. But then again, the Fish and Wildlife Service wouldn't have to see. Here's one thing about this: Fish and Wildlife Service wouldn't have contact directly with SpaceX. They wouldn't. The Fish and Wildlife Service was consulted via the FAA for their services. So the FAA is the one that reached out to them for a consultory service. So they'd be talking to the FAA. They wouldn't be talking directly with SpaceX. Just on a side note, like. You know how I am with bureaucratic processes. Like I'm like, all right, but also there is a reason why all this stuff exists, and it's important to understand that reason before you really weigh in on whether it's useful bureaucracy or not. To be 100% real, they have a responsibility to ensure it's not dramatically impacting the fish and wildlife. Yeah, they should be consulting with the FAA regarding this, Serbian. They should not be pulling their information from YouTube videos. EJ Space History Quiz. 24 years ago, October 31st, November 2nd. What happened? Here's a shuttle mission. I don't know. 2000? November 2000? I don't know. It's probably STS 98, something like that. If I had to guess. Elon seems to want to strip all of that regulation. Expedition 1? Oh, yeah, baby. There you go. 24 years continually inhabited in space. Cool. Sorry, King. I'm sick. My brain is not good right now. Like, yeah, how would you, why would you even, I'm not sure why they would even be talking about YouTube videos, but yeah, it's, maybe they're just fans. Maybe the people at Fish and Wildlife like SpaceX because, like, yeah, see? Interesting. Ugh. That one. This guy. Ugh. Oh boy. The reliance on YouTube videos makes me wonder the age of these folks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of interested. But yeah, either way, that was Freedom of Information Acted. Freedom of Information Acted emails from the Fish and Wildlife Service regarding Starship Flight 1. Interesting. YouTube videos definitely contain some data. Yeah, but YouTube videos are usually citing a source around, unless somebody did the study themselves. They're usually citing a source. And the source is where you should get your information. You really don't want to get sources, especially when you're regulating, when you're doing regulation like that. You want primary sources as much as possible. Yeah, that's, yeah, you really don't want. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. You really don't want that kind of stuff. Don't source Wikipedia, for example. Yeah, exactly. The Fish and Wildlife Service teams that were in Texas would have no prior experience with spaceflight, so it makes sense that they wouldn't know where to get info from or who to talk to. They were a consultory service through the FAA. They should talk to the FAA about this. They are at fault though because they should have contacted the Fish and Wildlife teams in Florida who do have that experience. Yeah, that's what I mean. Look, you could say whatever you want. The Fish and Wildlife Service people don't know what, they don't know anything about space. That's fair. There's no other. This has never happened before, right? I mean, what was our biggest thing? Actually, not was what our biggest thing. The question I got asked the most during that whole debacle with the FAA and the pad deluge system and generalized permits versus individualized permits is why don't they just consult what goes on in Florida? Well, that's a good question that I never had the answer to. Bets on them thinking NSF is a NASA affiliated thing from the name. Please God, no. They cited Lab Padre too, so that's, I doubt it. If it's a live cams, it saves them from setting up their own ones. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, once again, that question just always pops back into my mind. Why didn't they look for environmental impact from the Cape? Why didn't you do that? Maybe they have. Or Vandenberg or wherever, yeah. I think it's because a lot of Florida is older than the EPA and grandfathered in. It's not. Can't speak to the Navy side of things there, John. But I know it's not. I know because Blue Origin just violated the Florida Department of Environmental Protection law with their pad deluge discharge. Oops. We know it's not. Because that would make too much sense. Yeah. Maybe there's something we don't know. There's always something we don't know. We're not the EPA. Of course there's something we don't know. I'm trying to figure out the context of this information. And saying there's something we don't know doesn't really help us figure out the context of this information. Now, does it? I don't know, Wrecker. I can't say one way or the other. Nothing wrong with them using lab powered NSF and Tim's video as open source intelligence. Multiple cameras of the incidents, as long as they don't use or base their info on commentary of said sources. Yeah, but they cited an ESG Hound article in those emails. Guys, look, I'm not presuming, but also at the same time, I mean, you shouldn't presume. But like I said, here's the thing. I said, all of a sudden, I mean, there was one dude, clamoring on 2 or 3 years ago. There was one dude clamoring on about wastewater deluge permits. There was one dude was talking about that the entire time. Then all of a sudden, there seems to be some wastewater deluge permitting problems. All of a sudden, based off of an anonymous complaint to the EPA. All of a sudden, just all of a sudden. I get it. Causation ain't correlation, but also at the same time, this is an oddly specific issue that just one dude was whining on and on about for no reason, apparently. And then all of a sudden, that exact same reason is the reason why SpaceX needs a more individualized permit for wastewater discharge, all of a sudden. And now you see that the Fish and Wildlife people are citing that same article. That's weird. It's a little strange, don't you think? Like, once again, correlation is not causation. It's just interesting that it's just real interesting that one dude seemed to just know more than the entire, like, EPA, Fish and Wildlife Service, just one guy. And then an anonymous complaint is what started the wastewater deluge permit stuff. That's weird. Like, once again, if I was a detective, I'd be like, that's a little strange. That's one heck of a coincidence, man. Like, I get it, coincidences do happen. But also, I think the fact that they didn't know what type of reports to file, and they did have comms with SpaceX is 1,000 times bigger problem than the videos and the articles and stuff they cited. That's indicative of them not having any experience working with spaceflight companies like this, which does make sense for teams from Texas. But the teams in Florida do have that experience, so why weren't they contacted for help? I don't know, dude. Well, of course, Jared, you're going to have something if you complain. If you complain enough. Yeah, Hazanku, yeah, you agree with Bill. You asked that exact question, dude, when we first started talking about this. You said, why didn't they, you were one of the first people to ask, why didn't they go to the Cape? I remember. And I didn't have an answer for you. Like, my brain is automatically going to, are these people so ridiculously inept that they don't know that they can go to Florida because there's a precedent for launching rockets in this country from Florida? Most of our rockets ever launched have been from there. You're not going to go talk to them about this. Nothing. You're just going to go browse YouTube. And that's it. Okay. Toby Woby. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's very weird. They did their own research. Nice, Force. That's an underrated comment, dude. Underrated comment. I'm not trying to defend any incompetence, but I just want to give these Fish and Wildlife people the benefit of the doubt, as you should. These images are just them trying to gain some preliminary info after being contacted by the FAA. Yep. If it's on the internet, it has to be true. Yeah, maybe they did, guys. Maybe we didn't see it. Like, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I want to be mad at it, but also at the same time, this is just one bit, Pig's like, I know you put a cap after it, but you don't know what you don't know. Like, you're right, but also, like, trying to figure it out, we don't really have enough information to be able to figure this out. It's like 2 + X = X. It's like, okay. I mean, Sure you could figure it out. Last, please. Okay, all right. That question about contacting the Florida folks seems like something NSF could reach out to the Fish and Wildlife PAO. Maybe drop something in the back channel. Yeah, we'll see. X equals space. How do you know? How'd you know that? X the Everything app. Yeah. Maybe their rotary dial phone was stuck, so they couldn't make any calls. Yeah, I can't help but notice that one of them was using Yahoo Mail in 2024. Hey, I still have a Yahoo account. I'm just saying. I just wanted to see if you guys would get pissed. I still have a Yahoo account. Yeah, my old Yahoo account. It's like 25 years old at this point. I don't have my Hotmail account. It's on Q. I lost that a long time ago. Anyway, what's this? You're citing an NTRS PDF. A crew and logistics lander for common habitat architecture. Common habitat architecture is a conceptual study that explores a use of a large habitat derived from the SLS liquid oxygen tank as a core habitation. The common habitat architecture is a conceptual study that explores the use of a large habitat derived from the SLS liquid oxygen tank as a core habitation element that can be used for crew missions or training in 0G, 16G, 3H-G, and 1G. This is not part of current NASA Artemis mission planning, but instead represents an architecture that could potentially follow after the Artemis missions and initial human Mars landings. Uh, 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 yeah. 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 Di- uh, uh, um, um, bum, uh, mm, hmm. Uh, yeah. What? I like this part. This part's all right. This part's cool. Yeah, the whole Starship crane thing. Yeah, I like that part. Yeah, I also like this part. This part is cool. Basically turning a starship into a gigantic high bay on the moon. I like this part a lot, actually. This part's cool. We should do this part. Yeah, We should do that part. But this part is that part. This is yeah. That part. That part. EJ just likes cranes. Be quiet. Be quiet. Shh. The true Dragon XL. Wouldn't it be something, Snackless, if that was Dragon XL? I'd poop a brick, dude. I'd be like, yeah, okay. All right. Just put a bigger dragon on it. The bigger issue is not liking cranes. Yeah, see, this part's sick, dude. You should just do that, though, without the whole nose cone deploys another spacecraft thing. Just send a starship, just send a human-rated starship and land. Just send a cargo starship with that, with all of that, and then have that waiting for you when you land the crew starship. And then you have bigger. You will poop a squirrel. Shut up. Oh, dude. See, all this part is dope. I like this stuff. This is cool. The huge crane gantry and stuff. That's... Yeah, okay. Hannah, Felix, and Robert, you guys did good. Good stuff. Depose for deployment. I actually think this is pretty sweet. These guys did... Oh, dude. Felix is from... He's a RISD guy. Yeah. And so is Hannah. Oh, 2 RISD students. Hell yeah. All right. All right. I'm going to go talk to them. Yo, that's not far away from me. Masters of Industrial Design at RISD, Rhode Island School of Design. Bachelor's of Architecture from the University of Kentucky. And it studied design and urban planning at Delft. Whoa. Whoa, Hannah's wicked smart. BFA in Industrial Design from RISD. During his time at RISD, he led the RISD Rover Club, serving as technical advisor and president. He actively contributed to various NASA Artemis design challenges, including micro-G neutral buoyancy experiment design teams, spacesuit user interface technology, participated in Human Exploration Rover Challenge, designing and racing a human-powered tandem vehicle that earned the Featherweight Award within the RISD community. Cool. Why is a separate ascent stage bad? HLS is not reusable anyway, so if you're going to throw it away regardless, I mean, yeah, if you're going to do that, I suppose. That's a lot of complication, Bill. That's another vehicle. You're rating another vehicle. So now you're human rating another vehicle. I think it would be so like, okay, look at it like this, all right? You have one starship. That now you have to human rate that little thingy that pops out the top, right? You got to human rate that. And you got to human rate that to fly in this. Why not just human rate this to begin with? Send one of those things out to the moon with the cargo and all the cranes and all that cool stuff and just, I don't know, a hab module up there or something, right? Right? And then just send another one of these and land it next to it. And then you have a small lunar outpost right there. Right? If you're going to human rate this whole thing, why not just human rate this whole thing? See what I'm saying? I don't understand why you'd want to do that. You want to have a special variant just for HLS? No way. I don't... That's like engineering a 747, right? And then having the flight deck of a Cessna 152 be the flight deck of it, and then when the 747 lands, you pop the 152 out and then fly that back. That makes no sense. Just fly the plane back. Now, with all that being said, I understand perfectly well characteristic energy, delta V. I know how that all works. Just in case anybody's watching, that's like, well, EJ, you don't really understand the delta V. I understand how delta V works. Yes, I do. Remember, in-flight refueling. Boop. Yeah, but this is a follow-on to HLS. It's meant to come in the future after the early Artemis missions, and by then, a they'll be working on this idea, and a starship with 100 people will land on the moon. You remember, SpaceX has their sights on sending people to Mars in 2028. That's probably not going to happen, but they have their sights on it. Look, talk is cheap in this industry, but honestly, if SpaceX is saying it, see these two pictures? Be kind of foolish to bet against the house, don't you think? No way Starship's crew payload is 100. Okay. So this is the point. This is you. I'll wave as I fly by. They figured the cargo weight would use the entirety of the fuel reserve, so no relaunch would be possible with no refueling. Yeah, and then you have more cargo weight if you just send people on a different starship. I'm just saying. Just saying. Either way, that's not something that they'd want to. That's not something that's like a thing. That this is just a design. This is just a design paper that's done by these three, and I must say it is pretty cool. It is pretty neat. That part is going to be the most difficult part. Human rating something like this, an ascent and descent vehicle, also one that has a hole through its heat shield. See what I'm saying? Is this a capsule? Does this come home? How does this get home? Nothing would go over his head. Weather guy is too fast. He would catch it. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah, I got you. Either way, you know what? Like, I'm not trying to sit here and just dump on this design all day. These people are definitely smarter than me. So, yeah, I think I'd be curious to hear their thoughts on crew rating another vehicle like this. Like, what is this? This is its own thing. This is a whole thing. Who's developing that? SpaceX? You know, like, is this a Dragon capsule? What is it? I mean, maybe if you shoehorned a Dragon in there with some type of propellant mod. It's a Starliner. No, it's not. The ascent stage is supposed to dock a gateway from reading the article. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, I understand. I do like it. I think the crane concept is baller. This is... no, not this stuff. This part is sick. We're already starting to see, like, I don't know about that. We're already starting to see the theory crafting going on of what Starship could do, which I'm very, very, very hype on. It's super cool. The crane stuff is awesome. Could they put a propulsion system in Dragon's trunk? They could. Do you think SpaceX will do the uncrewed Starship mission before Artemis 3? Uncrewed Starship mission to Mars. I don't know. Maybe. It depends. Ask me again on Wednesday. Who made this? Sorry, I've been in and out. This was a paper that was done by a gentleman that works at NASA and two RISD designers, two RISD engineers, which is super cool. Yeah, Rhode Island School of Design is a very, 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 very highly renowned engineering and design school. RISD is cool, man. Yeah. That's one of those schools in the Northeast that's just really, really, really good. That would have been cool to go there. Anyway. RISD's struts, got him. I searched for delta V map of the solar system and tried to calculate whether Starship has enough delta V to go to the moon and back. As per my estimates, it can land on the moon and get back to lunar orbit, but not back to Earth, even with 0 payload. I could be wrong about it. No, Marcon, that sounds about right. You'd need to refuel out near the moon. But, so, Marcon, think about it like this. You have a Starship HLS that's up in lunar orbit, right? And then you send a fully fueled Starship tanker out there. It refuels HLS, gives it enough fuel to recircularize in low Earth orbit, do trans-Earth injection, recircularize in low Earth orbit, and then the depot Starship can do trans-Earth injection with, and it won't have any fuel left, right? And it'll just land. It'll just come down and land. It'll recircularize as well, and then it'll just come down and land. Because if math serves me left, the amount of delta V that you need to go back to get down to the surface of the moon and back up is pretty much the amount that you'd need to do trans-Earth injection and recircularize, or at least do an aero brake. Honestly, you're overestimating how hard it would be to make and crew rate a vehicle like that. I think SpaceX could do it deceptively quick. Crew rating a scratch-built vehicle to go inside of Starship. By quick, I mean it'd be like 5 years. Why not focus on those 5 years of crew rating Starship? And then you don't have to worry about this problem. You see what I'm talking about? This is adding steps that don't need to be there. Anyway. Ben, oh my god, the refueling tanker that needs to go to Leo to refuel HLS will take at least 15 launches. This architecture warrants at least 30 launches, am I correct? Yes, but Starship is capable... Starship stakeholder expectations means that SpaceX wants it to launch every... Sorry, it's getting cold in here. Shut the door. SpaceX wants you to be able to launch every couple of hours. So every couple of hours, 16 launches is a week. They would, though. It's a follow-on, not something that happens first. So if you're crew rating Starship, why do this? We've seen the graphic, Baron, of them putting the BI3D eccentric. We always graphics showing the OLM going together. I led Space News with that, which is pretty cool. EJ, you got offered the promotion at work. So excited. Oh, things are moving up in the world for you and Geeky Walk. That's great. That's great. But yeah, this idea is pretty cool. I have my reservations about doing this whole thing, but it's still pretty rad. I love this. This is excellent. That's such a baller design, dude. This is what we should be doing. Should use Starship to just land rovers and whatnot on the moon. And then use the crane. Take the crane parts off, basically, and use it to build a crane on the moon to stack modules like this. But we're not going to get to that stage anytime soon. How do you know, Ben? I still think launching every hour or so, even every day, doesn't sound realistic. Yeah, and catching a booster didn't sound realistic until they did it. And might I add, they took Booster 12 and put it back on the stand. I think, Ben, you can disagree with me. That's fine. I still think a lot of people will disagree with me. That's totally fine. With that being said, I've been watching SpaceX for a long time. I'm well aware of their rate of iteration. I honestly think all that grinding out of work that they've done is coalesced into some type of SpaceX super monster. I think the iterations for Starship is going to come at you a lot faster. Think about it, man. How many Starship launches have we seen in the span of 18 months? 5. That means their initial cadence being not burdened, but going through the fastest bureaucratic process, we got 5 launches in a span of 18 months. And a booster catch on the 5th attempt that was 100%, well, let's say 99% successful because the chine did break. Okay. I don't, Falcon 9's launching every 2 days wasn't a thing until it was. Like, it was 2019 and SpaceX launched every couple of weeks. And then on the backside of the pandemic, it's just they're launching almost every day. There's a Falcon 9 launch in a couple of hours, right? I think all this Herculean effort is coalesced, and I think that SpaceX is scaling, and I think that you're going to see some insane iteration over the next year. We've seen 4 launches, and let's look at it in 12-month increments. The first 12 months you saw 1 launch. Second 12 months you saw 4 launches. That's a 400% increase. Well, not 400%, but you get the idea. It's a big increase. More than 2-fold increase. It's a 4-fold increase, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Can you imagine if this increase is exponential? That means 12 launches next year. And that means by the time 2026 comes along, right? 48 launches in 2026. That's correlated with Falcon 9's flight rate. I don't think SpaceX is screwing around, dude. Look. Here. See what I mean? Look. On the front side of the pandemic in the before times, right, we saw maybe 25 launches. So that's twice a week.
This is space.
Or no, not
space.
even. That's once every 2 weeks. Excuse me. It's the other direction. Now look at where we are. See what I'm talking about? Hokey gifted a sub to Survey Slave, and Lev had a 62-month resub 2 minutes ago. Launches are good. I agree. See what I mean, Ben? This is going to happen with Starship. It's going to happen a lot faster than you might think. At least that's what I can see. From what I can tell. I already have a bet out here. You walk. There's a massive amount still to come. I don't doubt they would be able to do it, but at their rate, I don't know. 48 launches in 2026, I think, is possible. Well, you just said a second ago it isn't. So which one is it? I do expect like 300 launches a year in like 2028. Okay. I just skimmed the paper and it's focused very heavily on using Starship to land their habitat designs on the surface of the moon and Mars. The ascent stage is an afterthought, really. And it is because the habitat weighs too much for Starship to have any prop left for liftoff and landing. I get the impression that the habitat is the focus, and using a separate crew lander would be fine. It just wasn't what they chose to study. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, SpaceX just finished that whole production facility in Boca Chica, dudes. It's up and running. They're expanding it. So, I don't think we realize this what's about to happen. Like, it's all coalesced. This is going to get insane. Starship's going to start flying a lot, and you're not going to be people aren't going to be ready for it, I don't think. I'm just looking around if there's any other space news. Excuse me. How will licensing and manufacturing cap the iteration rate if they want to make changes based off of what they learn between launches? As long as the risk to public safety is minimal, Joe, it's grandfathering in designs and getting better at it. Might I add, all these Starship launching, the Starship flight rate has happened within regulatory 450 framework, the seemingly slow bureaucratic process that is supposedly hampering SpaceX. You know what I mean? Didn't the FAA potentially clear them for up to 25 launches for Boca Chica next year? It's possible. Bro, these are the dreams of the shuttle program. Routine access to space. Or I mean, we arguably have it with Falcon 9. That's going to get even crazier. Need to build industrial fluid buffers on the moon at some point. Yes. Yes. Agreed. Frankly, we need it from more than one company. You know how I feel about that, Hokie. I think that SpaceX is an anomaly in commercial partnerships because SpaceX is so ideologically motivated and not necessarily profit motivated. They succeed. And I don't think that commercializing everything is the answer. I think the only redundancy that you're going to see to SpaceX is NASA, which is why I don't think canceling SLS is a wise decision. Right? Guys, okay, so think about it like this. Would commercial crew, would commercial anything be considered a success without SpaceX? Commercial resupply? Maybe. Huge maybe. Actually, I would say that commercial resupply would be good because Cygnus is God tier. That's the God tier resupply spacecraft. Cygnus is the cockroach of spacecraft. It's never going away. You know, it'll be 2037, right? And starships will be cruising around everywhere, being resupplied with food and supplies by Cygnus. Cygnus XL 230 plus 10. Plus Prime 10 plus Cygnus. So, anything else? Elon went on Joe Rogan again. Joe Rogan! Oh, I'll have to watch that and see if there's any space news. There's probably not, but you know, I'll take the bullet there for you guys. Starships will be able to go. Starships will be going to Cygnus stations. Snackless, Cygnus is just the end-all, be-all of spacecraft design. There's just yeah, Bill. I'm trying to go through the paper. I know there's a lot of cool stuff in there, dude. I was skimming it. I like all this stuff. This is great ideas. I love this. This is fantastic. This is sweet, dude. We should do this. I love the crane idea. I love it. I'm wondering if how the counterweight mechanism is going to work there, but you might not need it. Cygnus will resupply. Yep. Exactly. Cygnus will resupply the Pillar of Autumn when it's around. That's right. Yeah, dude. I love this. This is fantastic. I love the hab module in here. And I love the walkway down into the cargo bay, or the ladder down. And I love the platform here, and you'll be able to deploy the hab module and stuff. I dig it. This is awesome. And I suppose if you wanted to go off the notion of a fully expendable starship, yeah, you could. This is pretty sick. It's pretty cool. I don't like that. Everything else I like, Bill. I don't know why you seemingly feel the need to vehemently defend this. I'm not saying it's bad. I just think that crew module is going to be... That would be something... That would be the showstopper for a project like this. Sorry. It's the long lead item by a long shot. Starship is not, ironically. Cygnus factory and satisfactory when... You're in space. There's no weight to counter. On the Moonlander wrecker. Think about what you just said. There's no weight in space to counter for the crane counterweights on the moon. Don't at me. Oh, I'm atting you. You've been called out. It's got to be an insanely reliable crane. Just use a winch. Mechanical winch. Easy peasy. There is, you have weight on the moon. And because you have weight on the moon, you're going to need a counterweight for your crane. But I'm pretty sure Starship is a big enough counterweight. These modules are not going to be heavy. And yes, weight has something to do with it. You're on the moon. You just have to deal with 1/6 of it. Because weight is a gravitational force affecting on a mass. Dang it. And nobody can hear you scream. So how do you know she's a winch? Dang it, Bobby. Personally, for environmental sakes, I'm not a fan of launching every day with the world's largest rocket. The reentry blows holes in the ozone and there's quite a lot of pollution. So what's your solution then, Ben? Please. I know where this conversation is going. What's your solution? Stay here? You know this is a spaceflight stream, right? Like, I mean, you know that it's February, right? What's your solution? The environment is your concern. So you should probably, if the environment's your concern, even if Starship was launching 4 times a day, you should probably go look at carbon emissions from the commercial airline industry if you're going to start barking up someone's tree. Can we keep Earth safe? Of course we can keep Earth safe. The commercial airline industry flies thousands of airplanes every day. What about a container ship? A container ship that dumps its bilge in international waters because there's no environmental regulations in international waters. And they dump their trash too, for what it's worth. What about that? I think we should be a lot more concerned with that if you're going to take an environmental stance. I think rockets are barking up the wrong tree. It's completely up the wrong tree. Yeah, they're dumping bunker C fuel oil into the ocean because the bilge. Right? Like, so Ben, the reason why I bring this up, the reason why, and I'm not trying to pick on you, right? Just hear me out. Hear me out. Let's have a conversation about this, right? The reason why I think barking up rockets is, saying like the rocket pollutes, Yes, you're absolutely right. Of course they do. You want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs. Okay? However, rockets also hold the key to be able to offload in the future, to offload heavy industry. Right? If we're going to look at this from a purely environmental standpoint, yeah, the rockets are not good. I mean, you're emitting methane. It's burnt methane. It's mostly carbon coming out of the bottom of Starship, right? Because the hydrogen burns off, right? But it still pollutes, of course. Everything pollutes. You're polluting right now by breathing, right? No, you are not a Starship. I understand that. If we could, for instance, all right, Ben, we're going to take a long shot here, dude. Hear me out. If Starship can unlock the keys to be able to industrialize the moon, for instance, no one's going to give a frick about polluting on the moon. There's nothing to pollute. It is a giant rock. There's nothing to pollute. There's no atmosphere. There's no plate tectonics. There's no oil. If there was oil, we'd be there already, right? If we can move our industry over there, why don't we just take our industry and move it over there? Get it to the point where offshoring our industry, actually off-planeting our industry, makes sense for environmental protection. We can save this planet. And the rocket is the means to do that. Container ships and commercial airlines are not the means to do that, right? That's why I say if you're gonna take a standpoint, if you're gonna be concerned about the environment, you should be more concerned about that. But in the same breath here, think about this. In the same breath, at some point, we thought in North America it would be better to ship It would be better for the environment to ship goods halfway around the world to us from here and manufactured somewhere else, right? Eventually, that became cheaper than just making it here, right? You already see the effects of this. We could do the same thing with the moon. And launching enough stuff into space could get us to a point where you could just make stuff on the moon. Right? And I know what people are going to say. Well, EJ, that doesn't make any sense, especially if you're producing stuff down here. You can't, there's stuff that you can't get on the moon. Yeah, well, guess what? Ain't nobody going to convince me that it's better for the environment to produce something on the other side of the world and then ship it on a container ship and then ship it here. How that has less carbon emissions. That's somehow better? No. That's not better for the environment. Don't get confused. It's not. It absolutely isn't. Because you're using more energy to move that thing around than manufacturing it here locally, right? That's for a monetary thing, right? But if we have that's because it's cheaper, right? It's not because it's better for the environment, even though we kind of try to believe that it is. That's not true at all, right? So if the environment is your primary stakeholder expectation for driving, you shouldn't be barking up rockets' trees, because rockets have the ability down the road to maybe make it so we don't have to do any manufacturing on this planet at all. Just manufacture on the moon. It could be cheaper to send it up there, manufacture it up there, and bring it back down eventually. Just like for some reason it's cheaper to send something to buy something from the other side of the world and then ship it here. Even though, yeah, we kind of sit here and cope that that's some type of environmentally friendly way of doing things. That's hilarious. Good joke. See what I'm saying? I don't think barking up rockets is the right tree if environmental protection is your concern. I really don't. I don't think that's smart. We could offset it. We could manufacture on the moon. Heck, we don't even need to manufacture on the moon. Manufacture in low Earth orbit. There's plenty of space up there. That's why they call it that. Just build factories there. Carbon emissions up there are useful. We can use that to grow plants. Up in space. So you don't have to worry about farming down here. You could just leave Earth as a giant nature preserve. How sick would that actually be? We could do that. Rockets are the key, man. Asteroid mining, sure. Pick your poison, dude. That's what I mean. Barking up rockets' trees, not a good idea if you're an environmentalist. Dude, I love industry as much as the next person, right? You guys know me. I like cranes. I like my big old diesel trucks, right? But also at the same time, rockets hold the key to be able to do that over somewhere else, like on Mars or something, right? That'd be a good idea. How do you think large-scale propellant transfer is going to work in the far future? In order for ship-to-ship refueling, we need to ullage fuel. Otherwise, how would it feed into the pumps?
Go at throttle up.
How do you move Serbian, are you familiar with how they fuel rockets nowadays? Billions and billions to SpaceX. Big train exhibit is coming back to the Boston Museum of Science. Okay, I'm going to have to go there. See what I'm saying, Ben? Barking up rockets is not the right idea. I'd contend to say that if you want to protect the environment, rockets are the way to go. And there's some crazy guy that's obsessed with offsetting Earth's carbon footprint that owns a rocket company that makes stuff like this that kind of agrees with me on that one. See what I'm saying? Yeah, you do have to pollute to send stuff into space. Oh, absolutely. Of course you do. But also, the potential return on investment could mean that we never have to worry about human-made climate change on this planet ever again. There's a huge return there, potentially, not to mention all the money to be made mining stuff out in the belt. Now, don't get me wrong, you're not going to see an iron smelt. You're not going to see an iron foundry out in the belt somewhere. It's the rare earth metals, those are the ones that are important. Platinum. Stuff like that. Platinum, chromium. That stuff is, if you can get it here. Can that be a VFT? I'll think about it. I think about it. Billions and billions to SpaceX. What is this? But yeah. Guys, the sky is not the limit with Starship. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We're on the verge of having a 747 that can fly into space. Gotta think different, man. Gotta think completely different. Belta Loda. Yeah, Belters suck. Actions speak louder than words, Arsenal. Pentagon's huge satellite spending boost could mean funding windfall for Starship. The Pentagon increases its spending ceiling for proliferated low Earth orbit satellite services from 900 million to an eye-popping 13 billion through 2025. Well, that's see, I know off the top of my head that that's not just for Starlink. That's for redoing it's on the tip of my tongue. That's for redoing GPS. Astranis Space got a gigantic contract to make next generation global positioning satellites. Yeah, they got a huge contract. So yeah, I wonder if that talks about it. The U.S. Department of Defense has opened up the door for the U.S. military to spend over $12 billion on commercial satellite services, including Starlink, up from $900 million. Yep. I think that includes SDA's missile track constellation too. Is missile track stuff PLEO? I don't think it is. A year ago, the Pentagon set the contract at only $900 million for the U.S. military to buy access to proliferated low Earth orbit satellite services, but on Monday, the DoD confirmed it had raised the contract ceiling by over 14 times after Space News initially reported the massive jump in funding. DoD has increased the contract ceiling for PLEO services to $13 billion. Holy crap. It's their tranche network. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's right. It's tranche. Yep. Tranche 0. Yeah, I remember. SpaceX launched that, if I'm remembering right. Should they choose, all military branches now have the option to prioritize more of their current budget to PLEO services as they balance the budgets and optimize their mission plans for maximum effectiveness in defense of the nation. The increased budget will likely send billions to SpaceX's Starshield, which uses the company's Starlink technology to provide internet access to governments, including the U.S. military. A year ago, SpaceX was among 19 other companies, including HughesNet, OneWeb, and AT&T, that were initially awarded contracts to supply satellite communication services to the U.S. military over a 5-year period until 2028. Pentagon is increasing contract ceiling months after the U.S. Navy said it was on the cusp of using SpaceX's Starlink along with OneWeb to bring satellite internet connectivity to ships across the fleet and at bases. The U.S. Navy has been installing dish terminals for both companies on ships to help them receive 1 gigabite per second internet speeds. Yeah, that's true. The Navy's putting Starlink antennas on their ships. Did you know that NASA's guzzling helium like it's rocket fuel? They're using up this rare earth element like it's going out of style. Save the helium. Yeah, I know. Starship doesn't use that, though. Gigabit, not gigabyte. Yeah, sorry. Potato, tomato. Yeah. I'm looking for if there's anything more about Astranis. When the Ike Strike group was in the Red Sea, they had Wi-Fi for the whole battle group. Yeah, I know. I know. Check the paragraph before the last. Check the paragraph before last. This is a Space Flight Now article. You're sending links faster than I can talk about them, Baron. Baked potato sounds good for dinner. Thank you for the random comment idea. Yeah, dude, I got you. Cool. Neato burrito. There's H3 on the moon, Lotus. Yeah. I'm not sure what that means for, like, helium here, etc., but... By the way, I know Raptor is methane, but what happens if you run hydrogen in a methane engine? Same thing that about the same result if you run diesel in a gasoline engine. My ADD rattle boy thought you were talking about H3 rocket on the moon. H3 is looking for gateway. H3 is capable of providing gateway resupply stuff, Hokey, in the future. But yeah, no, I'm talking about helium-3. Looks like Starshield has now moved from only offering SAT network to offering imagery to the NRO. That's why I shared the Spaceflight Now article. Sorry for typing fast. ADHD is kicking in. Yeah. There's a lot to keep up with. What's the range of Starlink? Do you think the Polaris mission was a test for the moon? You probably... Mo, my gut is telling me with no napkin math, so take what I say at a grain of salt. Take what I say as a grain of salt. Or with... It's Monday, and I'm trying my best to not be sick. Take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I don't think these Starlink optical communications are enough to get out to the moon. I don't think it's a bright enough light. It might be. I could be wrong. But remember, you're going through the magnetic field, so that might screw things up a little bit. But that's just off the top of my head. I'm surprised my voice has lasted this long. Brain _ loading, it's forgiven. Yeah, Monday, you always see, it's just like any other job, dudes. I'm telling you, it's any other freaking job. Monday, my explanations are not as good. They're not as good as they could be. Straight up. There's something in the background about a SpaceX project called Red Star for Deep Space Networks. You'll hear about it before year's end. Oh, will I now? Okay. Lunar Starlink will be a thing if we go to stay, mark my words. Firefly's building the Lunar Communication Network, John. Believe it or not, they have the contract to do that. They got a contract about, let's say, like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yeah, time change is catching me off guard, plus sick, plus L, plus Strimmer, man. L plus Strimmer, man. Was it Intuitive Machines? I thought it was Firefly. No, you're probably right, Fish. It's Intuitive Machines. Sorry, I misspoke. The optical terminals are currently not even SDA compliant, so I don't think they can manage. So I don't think they can manage the jitter to distances. Or yeah, they're not good enough to go that far. They have NASA's contract to make the network. I'm betting SpaceX make their own if it's not finished in time. Yeah, it is Intuitive Machines, dude. Sorry, I misspoke. That was my fault. Yeah, I don't know why I said Firefly. I don't know. I was thinking about something else. Sorry. Once again, you know, been working on smaller, reusable stuff. Very nice. Very nice. It's a necklace. Very good. I like that. I like that lifting body. That's pretty sick. Hello from the Treasure Coast. Hey, Pilot Mike. Don't watch the Elon Rogan podcast if you want anything about rockets. They didn't talk about it at all. It's all political stuff. I'll probably see it for myself, Ben. I don't take people's word. I go right to the source every time, dude. Why did I say Firefly? It's too much information. Sometimes I'm wondering if I hit my limit of information up here. You know, sometimes I'm wondering. I know you don't cover China. Sorry. But they shared this in their space conference today. They said they switched work full time for Long March 9. Doing good, XJ? All right, I'll take it. It's a coincidence, yeah. Can I copy your homework? Yeah, just change it up a little bit. They say it's going to have 30 full flow stage combustion cycle Methalox engines, providing 200 tons of thrust, 341 seconds specific impulse, and an 18 MPa chamber pressure. Borgar article, he's in China. Yeah. You know what, dudes? You know what? Here's the thing. Okay? It's very interesting to me. We've seen all these SpaceX ripoffs coming out of China. Like, guys, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this stuff isn't heavily influenced. Of course it is. But you know what's interesting? The interesting thing about this is that they say they're going to do this, say they're going to do that. They could build all the nice models they want in the world. So first and foremost, talk is cheap. Talk is cheap in the spaceflight industry. It's cheap. I don't give a frick what anybody says. You make all the freaking stupid models you want. You make all of them. You make all the stupid models you want. Until you build it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean nothing. Right? You know, SpaceX could say they're going to catch a booster. We're going to catch a booster, but then you could actually do it. You see the difference that this made? Did anybody see this coming? You know, we all knew that they were going to try to catch the booster. We all knew that was going to happen, but then they actually did it. Then that actually happened. And it's like, holy crap. That's actually a thing. Whoa. So one, talk is cheap. But two, here's an interesting point. Interesting thing to consider. This right here, this thing, represents, you know, you see all these SpaceX copies. You see stuff like, you know, landable rockets, catch rockets coming out of China. You see all this stuff, right? I think it's very interesting to think about where China's mind is at with what the future of spaceflight looks like. It's very interesting, don't you think? You see stuff that looks like Starship. You see stuff that looks like Falcon 9. What you don't see is stuff that looks like... You don't see stuff that looks like SLS. You don't see stuff that looks like Orion. Do you? Interesting. You see stuff that looks like Dragon or Starship. Why not spam what obviously works if you're able to? By that measure, something like SLS would be a lot easier to make because it's expendable. Just make a lot of it. Or something solid rocket booster oriented. You see what I'm saying? They have done some hops. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Well, no, it's no doubt, but it's not. They're not doing it. They're not doing it just. They're not doing it just to imitate it. Like, oh, we're big fans. They're doing it so they have their own redundant capability. So that means that's where the Chinese government sees That's where the Chinese government sees spaceflight being in the future. That's the ticket. Very interesting. Why use a worse design? Why is it worse, James? SLS has sent payload further into space than Starship. Why change what very clearly works? Starship. Interesting. They do have Meng Zhao, though, which is basically Orion and has the same purpose, and it's already done an orbital flight test. Okay. China is having their annual Space Ride conference this week, and yeah, remember that hypersonic company from last week? They shared this. What is this? Oh, yeah, this thing. Down. I'll believe it when I see it, homie. Talk is cheap. Till you build it, I don't care. I really don't. Show me a prototype. Show me a flight test article. Show me a test art. Show me anything. Anything but a render. I see a lot of renders coming out of there. Which tells me that they have high aspirations, and that's a good thing. But also, until you build it, it means nothing. They had some flight tests in there. I didn't see anything flying except for computer renders animal. They showed some propulsion tests, some very preliminary propulsion tests, might I add. Very low fidelity test articles. But that doesn't, like I said, your aspirations are high, but once again, the state of the flight hardware should tell you how far off you are. They are very far off from making that thing work. Be devil's advocate. I mean, we talked about Starship renders and you didn't say anything about that. If you could point me to an example where I didn't give you the exact same spiel that I just said about Starship, I'd be very interested. I don't ever remember saying that, Sea Kraken. Ever. Talk is cheap. Show me the hardware. I've been saying this for years, even about SpaceX. So who are we being fair to? I'm confused. Don't put words in my mouth, man. I know what I said. If anything, I've given the benefit of the doubt to the Artemis and SLS program. But then again, they have hardware out the wazoo nowadays, so it's not a big deal. Nice, Bill. That's cool. So, I mean, if you could point to a specific example of me saying that within the context of this conversation, I'd be very interested. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'll wait. What other kind of architecture could work as a fully reusable orbital rocket? I personally think SSTOs for low Earth orbit satellite constellations would probably be a good idea, but it has to be low cost. About how long ago was the 9-meter carbon wrap cylinder? 2018? They also put a station up alone. They put up a station alone. Yeah, of course. Ulamaz, yeah, of course they did. Building a space station and going to the moon are two different things. You know how we know? We've done both of those things. One of them is significantly more complicated than the other. Fair, I can't think of examples when I watch you. I agree, you're right. We should be sus about anything companies say. I was honestly trying to see if you did, since I wasn't watching you when Starship was presented. That's the opposite of what you just said a second ago, Sea Kraken. Yeah, Bill, I think that's a fair assessment. Once again, talk is cheap, but you'd be stupid to think that China isn't going to get there eventually. Of course they're going to get there. It's just a matter of time. That's what I mean. None of this stuff is happening soon. I'm very careful about speaking on this. Right? Like, that's what that means. It's going to take time. They also put up a station. You're talking about the post-Apollo era. It's really not the same age we are talking about now. The 80s were a hard reset IMO. Ulmaz, you lost me. You lost me. What are you talking about? You said China put up their own station, and I said, yeah, there's a difference in the factor of difficulty between going to the moon and building your own space station. The U.S. has done both of those things. I know, pretty well versed in the factor of difficulty involved here. And then you said you're talking post-Apollo era. It's not really the same age we're talking about. So just because it happened a long time ago doesn't change the factor of difficulty? I'm confused. What are you saying? Do you think there will be a V4 Raptor in Starship? Eventually, Enzo, SpaceX has long-term goals of scaling up the design. You can't talk about the moon. All those engineers are dead. What the hell was Artemis 1 then? Was that just didn't go there? Artemis 1 did not land. Oh. It was a highly elliptical orbit. I'm I have no clue what you're talking about, to be honest. I don't know. I really don't. I don't get what the point that you're trying to make. What is your point? Artemis 2 corroborates what I'm saying. It's difficult to get stuff to the moon. Building a space station and going to the moon is difficult. That's the whole point that I'm trying to say, and you're saying that's not a thing. I'm very confused. Omas, what do you mean? I'm very confused. Artemis 1 flew to a distant retrograde orbit. It stayed out there for 2 rotations and then came home. The elliptical orbit, that's right, it goes in the square hole. I don't understand. Sorry for switching arguments midpoint. Yeah, it happens, Sea Kraken, but yeah, careful. You gotta be careful about that, you know what I mean? I think that making a whole modular station is way harder than an empty lunar orbit capsule. Okay, Umaz, I have a question then. What's the ISS in your mind then? What is the ISS? I'm wondering here. Just I'm not, this isn't a gotcha question. I'm just trying to understand where your mind's at. I'm Italian and I know for sure that the ISS is not a US station. China's doing all this alone. You don't think that their station design is influenced by Russian space station design? I'm confused. What do you think that Tiangong 2 is? I was watching a Cosmic Perspective video. I'm amazed how on re-entry how much the bay glowed hot. I have no clue how they ruggedized the Raptor 3 engine bay and electronic TVC. It's even now quite a feat that they managed to land perfectly. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? That doesn't mean that I actually think they will win this race. Almost, I just... That's because Artemis is going to be caught up. Yeah, no, I get you, man. I just don't really understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, they did build their own space station by themselves. It's just a bunch of copied and lifted stuff that we made and the Russians made. So, yeah, that is impressive. I'm not going to say that it's not, right? But remember, we're talking about lunar aspirations here. Talk is cheap. Yeah, okay, you built your own space station by yourself. That's great. Once again, I'm not harping on it by any means. Once again, I think you'd be foolish to think that China isn't going places in space. Of course they have lunar aspirations. What I'm telling you is that until we see some hardware, the space station, Shenzhou 18, Shenzhou 9, that means nothing. That's great. You build stuff to go into low Earth orbit with our lifted guidance systems, might I add. Uomaz, you should probably look up the Intelsat 708 mission if you really want to understand some stuff. Look, to even insinuate that they did this by themselves is ridiculous. Heck, the U.S., we didn't even do it by ourselves. We lifted German and Russian, well, German scientists, right? Like, nobody does it by themselves, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, if you look at it from a hardware standpoint, we're way ahead of them. Talk is cheap. That's the whole gist of this. Understand what I'm saying? I think we're dancing around each other, but I think we kind of mean the same thing. Am I in the ballpark? You think that China will land on the moon first, just a wild prediction. Okay. And my answer is with what rocket? With what rocket? Yeah, honestly, with what rocket? Where is it? Show me the hardware. Yeah, but the Germans used our tech first. They did. No one does it by themselves. Yeah, and I wish for world peace at Mana, but you know good and well that's not how this works. Doubt. Counterpoint. Donkey Kong rules. Beats enemies by himself. Donkey Kong sucks, Mason. Once again, fellas, I'm not hating on them. They'll make it. They're going to the moon. They're going to do it. With what rocket is my question. Now, once again, you'd be out of your mind to think that they're not going to figure it out eventually. Ain't nothing stopping that country from doing whatever the heck they want. They want to go to the moon. They will concert the effort. Abso-freaking-lutely. You'd be stupid to think that they won't. But right now, as of November 4th, 2024, your lunar aspirations mean dick without a rocket big enough to get there. I'm sorry. It just means nothing. It's just words. Show me the hardware, man. The biggest rocket I've seen China launch is the Long March 5. Long March 5 is... You might be able to get there with Long March 5. Maybe. It's possible. If you wanted to do EOR, Earth Orbit Rendezvous, but that significantly complicates your lunar architecture if you wanted to do that. I'm not saying they couldn't. They could, sure. Long March 5 is how they built that space station, Omaz. They built Tiangong 2 that way. Right? And Mana, this 1990s peace and love and everything is cool is not a thing anymore, dude. Like, I'm not saying go back to, like, 1987, but also... What I'm saying is bring back Titan II missiles. Largest retaliatory strike weapon ever made. Should bring those back. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think the moment China will actually set up for a date in the moon, the race will be on and we'll be in an amazing era. Yeah, well, Muzz, I agree with you on that one, dude. Absolutely. Like I said, I think we're way ahead in terms of hardware right now, right? Where's your lunar rocket? Our lunar rocket's already sent something to the moon. You know what I mean? Yeah, D5s on the Ohios, we're good. But Titan II missiles have a W-58 on them, John. W-58s are awesome. Hey, Titan II, let's go. Yeah, damn right. You made this chicken pasta dish. That looks great. That looks great, Nova. You did a good job. In fact, I'm going to show that on stream and make everybody hungry. And that's going to be hilarious. And you and I can laugh at them because I already ate. You did a good job, dude. Seriously, that looks great. Just don't drop a wrench. Yeah, don't do that. Seriously, that looks really good. You did a great job. I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. That's really good, dude. I don't think I could do better myself. You're gonna make some nice penne and chicken. Looks good. You had gyros for dinner. Still looks good. Damn. Yeah, you got to get a green in there next time. That's right. Got to get a green in there. Get some asparagus or something. Put some butter on it. Put some cheese on it. Bake it in the oven. Delish. I have already signed up for Flame Trench, Big Pooh. Hopefully I get to say a little bit more because I said SLS, I don't think SLS is expensive, and then that conversation went in a different direction. And now everybody thinks I'm a nut bar, but everybody already kind of thought I was a nut bar anyway, so that's okay. The next evolution in China rockets, April 1st. Yeah, Umaz, yeah, I got you. Are they wrong? Yeah, but why you got to tell them that? I was interviewing with a researcher for the paper that you're working on. They asked, what's the point in colonizing other worlds? To be frank, there's no economic incentive in the short term to do that, and space races last until only someone wins. So what is the real reason to fund full-scale colonization? I had no answer to my researcher, and we moved on. Mine answering. What's the reason to offset climate change? There's no financial reason to offset climate change. Why should we do that? Sometimes money isn't the end-all be-all motivator. How about that? God, I hope nobody takes that phrase out of context. Climate change exists. Jesus freaking Christ. Of course it does. We are definitely screwing this planet. Like, you don't add 7 billion people to this planet and hope that the climate's going to stay the same. It's not how this works, okay? It's not how it works at all. And to be fair, the Earth doesn't give a frick if we screw it up or not. If we screw it up to an extent, it'll probably just kill us. Just putting it out there. Just in case anybody takes that phrase out of context. 8 billion people. There you go. Was that a good enough answer, Z Kraken? To be honest, the Earth doesn't care if we're here or not. An asteroid doesn't care if we're here or not. Just the universe is a chaotic and violent place. I love the idea of going to Mars, but I can't get NGT's words out of my head. If we had the tech to terraform Mars, we have the tech to fix Earth. Yes, Eric, because when colonizers came to the North American continent, that was the first thing on their minds, right? Make this exactly like the old world. That was the first thing, right? No. If that logic was applied, Christopher Columbus never would have came here. Neither would the Pilgrims. Neither would have Jamestown. That's a backward, excuse my language, but that's a really backward ass way of looking at things, don't you think? That implies that the first people that go to Mars are going to start a terraforming operation. And I have another question, not to be a skeptic about this, but per NGT's argument there, if we had, he said, well, you were paraphrasing, but he said if we had the technology to terraform Mars, we could save Earth real quick. So why does everybody think they know what's good for the climate then? Well, we got to stop doing this. We got to stop doing this. We got to stop doing this. We got to stop doing that. You can't do that. Your fuel inefficient vehicle is screwing up the environment. So clearly we know what's messing things up, right? Like, hello. So you're saying pilgrims are going to Mars? Yes. Like, if you want me to get spicy, you're going to get spicy about this. So do we know how to fix this planet, or do we not know how to fix this planet? Which one is it? Go ahead, I'll wait. Climate change is 100% my fault. You take full responsibility. Oh my God, Sumo. How dare you? How dare you? Nah, it's not something I didn't know. Honestly, survival doesn't satisfy me in that question, but it is the only logical conclusion. Why is space exploration worth it if there's no monetary incentive? Why is fixing the climate worth it if there's no monetary incentives, right? That would be my question back to your professor, Sea Kraken. Arguably, there's no point in trying to go down the wind energy thing. You're not going to get a return on investment there. At least not for a long time. You're not going to be carbon neutral anytime soon because you needed oil to make the stupid wind turbine in the first place. Fixing it while keeping the economy running is the hardest part. I don't even think it's keeping the economy running, Sirle. Do you want to surrender the convenience that we have to fix the environment? I don't. You can call me a jerk for that. That's fair. Do I use up a lot of energy? Absolutely. With this stream, sure. You use up a lot of energy heating your house. You want to surrender that convenience? You want to go back to coal-fired ovens and stuff? No one wants to surrender the convenience there. So, once again, what's the incentive? What's the economic incentive of going to another place? I don't think there is one. But it's not it's not strictly for profitability now, is it? The survival argument can be applied to space travel. Build a colony on Mars that preserves death of humanity. That's Elon's argument, Trey. Hey, Pats fan, what's going on? We still suck, by the way. Yep. You don't have a house cap? Nice, dude. Nice, nice. See what I'm talking about, Sea Kraken? Sometimes that monetary incentive is not the right move. Ambition outweighs monetary incentive, in my mind. Put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. It's Doc Brown quote. It's true. In fact, I would contend to say, and I'm saying this as a capitalist, I would say that, penny pinching and bottom dollaring and nickel and diming your own self is a good way to set yourself up to fail. If you're looking at it from a purely straight profit margin perspective, you're going to set yourself up to fail. Look at Viper. That's why I laugh at anyone. I laugh at people that say that this is too expensive or this isn't too expensive. Compared to what? What are you talking about? Compared to what? Good, we're going to nickel and dime this. Is NASA a business or are they a scientific research organization? Streaming from the moon will be gold. That'd be pretty cool. Fixing climate change is simple, but not easy. Pour all the research and money we have available into nuclear fission for now. Well, people don't like nuclear power, Zarek. I'm not one of them, but people don't like that. I blame the Soviets for that, to be 100% honest with you. People are stupid. Let scientists make that decision, not people. Zarek, that's you might want to rethink that. Might want to rethink that statement. You might want to pull that one back. Reel that one in a little bit. America can psy-op people into liking nuclear power. Your tinfoil hat, sir. Okay, let you make the decisions. You might want to dial that one back, too. Just... You might want to dial that one back, too. just putting it out there. Wind turbines are actually not a good example since wind energy is actually less expensive per kilowatt currently, so there's a monetary incentive to switch to it. This explains why there's been a lot of new wind farms built in the last 5 to 10 years. Yeah, but of course, Likes, there's a monetary incentive, sure. I understand that, but... I'm sorry, what was the context of that? I think I said that wind turbines are... you refresh me. What was the context of that? I'm talking to a lot of people. Nah, I got it. Give me the questions. Give me the questions. I have all the best. Narcissism plus. Charisma plus 35. Yeah, right. Wind turbines using oil, but did I Likes, refresh my memory. Did I say that nobody switches to wind turbines because wind turbines aren't profitable? Was that the argument that I was making? Sorry. Sick. Information gets turned over really quick up here. You know who doesn't get enough enough credit? The U.S. Navy and Admiral Rickover. Yeah, man, sure. You said it's going to take a long time to get a return on investment. You did say not profitable in the short term. Yes, okay. It was about profit, not energy, because you can look at wind turbines two ways, dude. You can look at it in two ways. Wind turbines are not going to make you money. They're not going to make you money for a long time. Say a wind turbine costs $100,000 to make. It doesn't. They're way more expensive than that. Say it costs that much. But I would add that wind turbines are probably one of the most inexpensive power plants that you can make next to a solar panel, right? Okay, so say a wind turbine, completely made up numbers, costs $100,000. It's going to take a very long time to make $100,000 worth of electrical power. Okay? That's the financial thing. Just explaining how we want to mitigate climate change despite it not being monetarily profitable. Yeah. The other thing is the energy. You can measure it in money or you can measure it in energy. That's the second part of this. All right? And I figured just give a quick primer because we're talking about this, right? So how much energy did it make to make this? This is how you think about climate change. You don't think, because obviously it's not about money, right? That was the whole gist of this. That was the whole gist of C. Kraken's original question. Water. That was the whole gist of C. Kraken's original question. How much energy did it take to make that thing? You need steel. You need a bunch of mechanical components. You need a drive gear, right? You need a reduction. You need an electric motor. You need copper for all the wires, etc., etc. You need a transformer, right? How much electricity did it make to make all of this? How much fuel did it make getting it there? That's your energy footprint. How long is it going to take for that thing to generate enough energy to offset? It's going to take a long time. Long time. That's good that it's monetarily that it's profitable. Likes, that's really neat. I think that's cool. And personally, guys, if you want to know EJ's energy policy, I can talk to you about this. I don't care what it is. If it generates electricity, we should invest in it. I'm sorry, the space program has traumatized me into putting all your eggs in one basket. I think that's an idiotic idea. Oil is great. It's fantastic. I love it. I love the black gold. I love it. I'll drink it. But also, you'd be dumb to make that your complete energy reserve. That's really stupid. Like I said, the space program has traumatized me into thinking one way is not good enough. No. I want all forms of power. Everything. I want all of it. Give me all of it. I want wind. I want solar. I want nuclear. I want coal. I want gas. I want oil. Give me all of it. All of it. I'm going to drink it. Don't drink oil. It tastes awful. And gasoline tastes awful too. You shouldn't drink that. Geothermal, let's go. Hamsters on wheels, let's do it. That's where I'm at. Once again, and that's because the space program traumatized me into do not put all your eggs in one basket. That is an extraordinarily bad idea. Thorium, hit it. Let's do it. And second part of this, way to store all that power. Elon's working on that idea with battery packs, which is smart. I knew you were a synth. Shut up. No, drinking gasoline is awful. It tastes like dirt, if you really want to know. I've never willingly drank gasoline. Just quick side story. One time I was working on the 97. I was working on the fuel system on the 97 F250 on Tough, and I forgot that the fuel system was pressurized because I've worked on too many cars with carburetors, and I undid a fuel line, and it sprayed fuel in my mouth. So I drank gasoline whether I liked it or not. I forgot to depressurize the fuel system. So it depressurized in my face. Not great, Bob. That was a really dumb thing to do. I'm really happy I didn't do that on stream. But also, gasoline tastes like dirt. It tastes like dirt. How do I know how dirt tastes? Played football. Got my face thrown into mud a lot. Did you at least buy a dinner first? Well, I bought it new car parts. Does that help? Marcon, I have a stupid argument in my head, and I wonder what you think. I was thinking it might be better not to use fossil fuels now when Earth is heating up and use it in the next ice age. Now you scream at the TV when football is on. I do. Marcon, I don't know. Ice ages are very unpredictable, dude. Like, dude, here's the thing. We're not going to curb an ice age, you know, if like an ice age happens and everyone's like, okay, grab your gas guzzling car and go. That's not really how this all works, dude. If the Earth decides the climate is going to change, there is dick we can do about it. Like a volcanic eruption, like the Tonga volcano that erupted a couple of years. Was that a couple of years ago? I don't know if that was a month ago or like a couple of years ago. The Tohu Tonga volcano basically spewed enough greenhouse gas into the atmosphere to offset all of our efforts to go green. Basically. Yeah. Like if the Earth decides that we're going to get heated up, well, there's really nothing we can do about it. What people are worried about is the rate of acceleration. The Earth is going to get hotter. It's going to get hotter and colder. It happens. It happens. But if we accelerate it too fast, you could hit a tipping point where we screw that natural cooling and heating cycle. If we screw that up, we got a big problem. What's going to happen when we screw it up? Don't know. You want to roll the dice there? I don't think that's smart. Disconnected a hose from under a 717 wing the other day, splashed right in your mouth. Yeah, it tastes like dirt, right? Right, Snackless? It tastes like dirt. I'm a Venus. 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 Nice, Mason. The fact that I got that, even though it's a reference that's been transformed into another reference that's pertinent to subject matter, I don't know what that says about me, but tastes like dead plants. That's what I'm saying. Tastes like dirt. I'm a Venus. 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 Color me impressed. I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor. That was in 2022 if you're referring to the big eruption. Tastes like chicken. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, volcanic eruptions are really bad. Marcon, I think the best way would be to store your energy. And like right now, guys, like I don't, unless everybody wants to get on the nuclear bandwagon, the best way to store energy is storing it in liquid form as oil. Like, but don't get me wrong. I mean, think about how much energy density a big, drum of oil has. It has a lot. It's nothing compared to uranium. Uranium's ridiculous in terms of energy density. Like if I had a block of uranium this big, you could power an entire city. That's how much energy it has in it. It's practically cheating. Spicy rocks, dude. Super spicy rocks. But see, then again, I don't think that going full nuclear is a good idea. I don't think that going full anything. Like I said, the space program has traumatized me into redundancy. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I want all types of power generation, dude, because at the end of the day, power generation and energy generation is what's important. 1 liter of gas is 36 megajoules. Well, what's 1 kilo of uranium, Lotus? You never go full nuclear. Yeah. Tropic Thunder taught us full anything is too far. Never go full oil, man. True, and perhaps a counter-argument to what I said could also be that by the time we run out of fossil fuel, we'll probably have a much better way to generate electricity. Marcon, here's the thing. Here's what I always think. That's a good point. Here's what I'm thinking. Like, dude, if we figure out a better way to generate energy, we could just make oil. You could just make it. Just make the stuff. I mean, synthetic oil's already a thing, but there's a little asterisk next to that. I understand that. But if we have enough energy density to offset our dependence on oil, that means we have the power mechanisms to be able to just make oil. We just make it. With enough energy, you could turn goat piss into gasoline. Blues Brothers reference. Yeah. Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? One kilogram of uranium is 200 terajoules. Why in the name of balls are we not using that? Is beyond me. Like, one thing you got to understand, if you want to talk about climate change, you want to talk about us using energy, et cetera, energy footprint, energy density, is understanding thermodynamics. There's no way to beat this. There's no way to beat thermodynamics. You're not beating it. Unless we figure out antimatter replicators like Star Trek style. Right? There's no way to beat it. You can't beat it that way. It's always going to take a certain amount of energy to do a certain amount of work. I don't care what anybody says. There's no cheat codes here. There's no cheat codes with physics. Once again, unless we invent some type of warp drive or something, or, antimatter replicators and dilithium crystals or something, right? There's no way to beat physics. So the best way to at least improve your odds here is to maximize all the ways you can generate power. Entropy wins every time. That is very important to understand if you want to tackle this problem. Yeah, it's kind of, think of it, and I often say that the space program is like this, but think of it like Tetris. With thermodynamics, you never really win. You kind of just get better at it every time. You kind of figure out better ways to do it, but you're never beating Tetris. Except for that one guy. Except for that one kid that beat Tetris. Good for you. Like I said, we're not going to beat it unless we figure out a way to break it. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? It's true. It's dude, that game is amazing. Right? Yeah, kid's amazing. Think like, yeah, you ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding. Got to summer sloop that energy. Yeah, baby. Your girlfriend beat Tetris and saw the Buran launch at the end. Yeah. That's weird. Anyway, yeah, good conversation, good space news stuff. Laws of thermodynamics. You can never win. You can only break even. You can only break even at absolute zero. You can never reach absolute zero. Yep. Yep. In Broken Arrow, he lined up how we have to be careful with the complexity and coupling of any system if we lean to any side or either the other, we can get into scenarios where we don't know how to fix it in an accelerated time and or breaks an entire system because we rely too much on the other hand. Increasing redundancy increases complexity, creating problems. Yeah, increasing redundancy in power generation does cause more problems, but those problems can be offset by more power generation. Yeah. And if you have more ways to generate power, you have more ways to solve that problem. Let's just make a Dyson sphere already. All right. Have at it, man. Anyway, sweet conversation, dudes. That was fun. I enjoyed that. It's good stuff. We have a Falcon launch that should be happening very soon here. I'm trying to look to see if anybody started to, I'm trying to look and see if anybody started, if NASA or SpaceX has started cast, but nothing yet. Hey, Jay, what's for after hours? Well, a rocket launch is for after hours, Snake, tonight. Your mom can build it in no time at all. She probably could, Mason. She's pretty smart. Smarter than you. Hi, Mom. The solution for climate change is putting a giant pair of sunglasses at the Earth's sun L1 Lagrangian point. How are you going to get those sunglasses there? How much energy are you going to use to get those giant sunglasses there? And what happens if you get it wrong, like the Hubble Space Telescope, and then it turns into a magnifying glass, and where are the ants? Coverage won't start until 9:10. Huh? You want some of this milk? But that milk belongs to that classroom. Why such short coverage, Hell Hydra? That's weird. Still cheaper than the giant ice cube in the ocean each month. Ooh, they don't got to know about it. It could be our milk. No milk will ever be our milk. Ooh, that wasn't very nice. How about you, Chat Burns? You want some of this milk? Do you want me to send the topics over for the papers so you can get a basic idea of what we're going to talk about? Anyway, I have to go. Yeah, sure, if you want, man. Rather have a beer. Billy likes to drink soda. Miss Slippy's car is green. Slippy's car. Is it Miss Slippy or Miss Lippy? I never knew. Eric is pregnant. Congratulations, Tim. Oh, fear those kicks. It's going to be a soccer player. Mason, there was a kid in high school. His name was Eric. And every time I saw him, without fail, I would say that. I would say that spiel and go up and touch the kid's belt. You know what? He found that very annoying, and now I can see why. Saying it out loud. Yeah, that probably got old real fast. I thought it was funny at the time. I still think it's funny. Og from Brazil, you're a fun guy. Obrigado. You should give him a call. His name's not Danny McGrath, man. Man, I'm glad I called that guy. The short stream is because our dream has become a nightmare. Rocket launches have become that routine. Starlink. Yeah. Starlink launches have become almost as routine as Trans-Pacific airline flights. You know what, man? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that, dude. I'm okay with that. This needs to become boring. This needs to become boring right here. See this? That needs to become boring. Since there are kittens involved with this new space game, I guess you could say you're making the Meowst of opportunity. You know what? The food that you cooked, Nova, sucked. It looked like poop. It looked like low-grade dog food. Now what? I still want to know more about the back-end infrastructure, not just launching and landing. Yes. It's freaking raw, mate! Mate, it's freaking raw! The food is freaking raw, mate! Is this the first time cooking good? Well, it's your last! I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm just messing around. I'm sorry. I just get scared of being a nobody. I wanna kiss you all over and over and again. Boom, boom, boom. Till the night grows easy. Easy. Gotta cut back on the sugar. Dude, I haven't had any sugar all day, man. What is happening? I'm scared. Don't worry about it. Mike couldn't take the high notes. It still can't do it. It can't do it, man. It can't do it. Let's noise gate the sign. Till the night grows easy. Sorry. Terry! Oh, boy. I built out an octoball in Space Engineers for your Pillar of Autumn build, and holy jeebus, that's a monster. It's a big ship, man. Have you considered decaf? No, not since this morning. Haven't you guys figured this out yet? I just have a lot of energy. So, just have a lot of energy. I don't need coffee, even though I like it. I don't need coffee. I don't need no coffee. I just like this all the time. Can you share, please? Watch a rocket launch every morning. Yeah, my dad always used to say, it's not a ham. He's the whole pig. It's a Jim Carrey joke. Mine is going to be a bit larger to make the building easier. The blocks are 2.5 cubic meters. Okay. EJ is the energy source we actually need to power the world. Yes. Okay, new plan. Sorry, I asked. Just take a fully working space shuttle, hang it in front of me, and then put me on a hamster wheel, and I'll be like, I get it, I get it, I get it. All right. Anyway. Can we upgrade Bakalakadakistan's power grid? That's what I was doing. Process EJ and the ma'am. Learn how to make power shards out of him. I don't want this at all. EJ's the power source. I don't want to know where the power umbilical is. Okay, subject change. That's going to do it for the space and rocket review, and then also energy review as well. Yeah, Angie energy. How about them Yankees? Yeah, they suck. Good for them. They can keep sucking. Definitely sucking. So we got about, I don't know. Probably about 20 minutes until the coverage starts up. So what do we do? Great meme. Unpimp the auto. Oop. Could you do a history bit? What type of history do you want to learn? Think like. I know modern world history, dude. Not any space history. German rocketry. Why does everybody go to that every time? History of rockets. Okay. RL-10 history. So the RL-10 was developed by Pratt and Whitney in the late 1950s. Yes, 50s. It was developed by Pratt & Whitney in the late 1950s as a lunar lander engine, believe it or not. Yeah, it was never, you heard that right. RL-10 was never designed to be an upper stage engine. It was designed to be a lunar descent module engine. But that was before the understanding of hydrogen, of the volatility of using hydrogen as a propellant, and boil-off consequences are really kind of fully known. So they ended up just using it as an upper stage engine. RL-10 first flew in 1962 on the Atlas Centaur, launching from Slick 36, Blue Origin's pad, believe it or not. And actually flew a very... The Atlas Centaur launched the Surveyor missions, the precursor missions to the Apollo missions, amongst other things. General Doolittle is a major reason there's a NASA and turned down being the first leader of the organization. Jimmy Doolittle. Huh, neat. How accurate was October Sky? Yeah, didn't see that one coming. Read Rocket Boys. It's pretty spot on, dude. The complete history of the Soviet Union to the tune of Tetris. Dun 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 dun. Yet. There you go. Yeah, that James Doolittle is in the Doolittle raid. You never heard that. The RL-10 went on to basically be used on the Centaur stage. So from Atlas Centaur, it went to Titan 3 Centaur, and then Atlas 2, 2AS if I'm remembering right, for versions of the Centaur 2. And then Centaur 3 rolled out with Atlas 3 in the late 90s. And then Atlas 5 used Centaur, an extended Centaur 3. Vulcan uses a Centaur 5. There's a reason why they skipped 4. I don't know what that reason is. I forget off the top of my head. What's the difference in S-band and X-band transmitters? The frequency. Don't forget its use on the Saturn 1. Yeah, Serbian, that's right. It was used on the Saturn 1 as an upper stage with 6 RL-10A engines. But that was not preferable. It didn't have it was too complicated compared to a J2. The J2 is an infinitely better solution there. Oh yeah, Russia made a space shuttle, Buran. That's right, yes. DCX deep dive. DCX utilized the RL-10 initially for what it was supposed to do. The DCX was a vertical takeoff, vertical landing SSTO prototype that used hydrogen. It's basically a Centaur stage in a cone shape. Yeah, and it was basically the first rocket to pioneer vertical takeoff, vertical landing rockets. Program was basically started in the early 90s the late 80s as the Strategic Defense Initiative, and the SDI for short, a program that was started by George H.W. Bush. The SDI was basically supposed to open up basically the next phase of the Cold War against the Russians, basically beating them in space, but doing that commercially. The SDI was eventually canceled under Clinton, and the DCX program along with it. The DCX suffered one mishap with one of its landing gear during its final test, tipped over and exploded, and they canceled the program after that. Fun fact. That was most of the DCX team found their way, by the time 2000 rolled around, most of the DCX team found their way to another new space company founded in 2000. Hint, Gradatim Ferociter. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. New Shepard is basically DCX 2.0. So we did end up getting DCX. Yeah, a lot of that team ended up going to Blue Origin and developing New Shepard, amongst other things. I don't know that, Serbian, no. I had an Estes DCX. It performed exactly as good as the real one. DCX with a more obvious D. CX. Skylab history. Skylab started as a project for the Apollo applications program, expanding the baseline Block 2 Saturn V architecture for more applications, and basically being used as a prototype to. I'm closing my eyes so you guys don't know that I'm reading off of a cue card. Let me restart. Skylab started as an Apollo applications program thing, basically used as a pioneering prototype to establish a long-term presence in space. We have you have the Apollo Block 2 architecture, which is basically the Apollo 15, 16, 17, with the uprated architecture. They basically wanted to use that and use Skylab as a prototype to figure out how to do long-term habitation in space, because that was what was required if you were going to do a transit to Mars or to Venus. Not a lot of people know that that's where the Apollo program was going to go next. They were going to do Venusian flybys. They weren't going to Mars after they went to the moon. They were going to do a Venus flyby. What they were going to do is use a Skylab to do that, or at least a kind of a different version of Skylab. What they wanted to do is basically, where the LEM would be, use the Apollo docking ring and use a Skylab to make a long-term, basically a big transfer vehicle. So basically have the Saturn V shoot this Skylab off on a trans-Venusian injection, and then basically have the CSM dock to a space station module where the LEM would be, a HAB module, and then have the S4B push the whole kit and caboodle. Well, not the S4B anymore. It would have already done its burn. Basically turn the entire upper stage and stage adapter and CSM into a gigantic transfer vehicle and do a Venusian flyby from there. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So, because the Apollo program got canceled because we're dumb. So where they went from there is taking bits and pieces with the funding that they had left over and implementing pieces of the Apollo applications program. One of them was flown on Apollo 15. It was a mapping space station that they wanted to get a detailed map of the moon from low lunar orbit. So it was a surface imaging experiment that flew on the CSM on Apollo 15, if I'm remembering correctly. Other ones were Skylab. And then the Apollo Soyuz test project, which basically nixed the entire space program, which sucks. But anyway. Isinglass was a potential SR-71 replacement with the rocket engines that had an adjustable nozzle. That's cool, Serbian. Yeah. Hey, Pie Guy, what's going on? If you had the choice, would you choose Artemis or another Skylab? I would choose the Apollo architecture over Skylab or over SLS architecture any day of the week. How does Spin Launch doing? Don't know. Haven't heard anything from them in years, Zarek. At least Deke got to fly. Yeah, that's good. Been a crazy day? Yeah, Pie, I could tell. Do you think an Apollo type program that is private could work? I would love to see a modernized Saturn V. Just basically making another Saturn V? Yeah, sure. That would be useful. Yeah, a heavy lift rocket with super heavy launch vehicle, a 10-meter super heavy launch vehicle. Yeah, I'm sure we could find a use for that. How do they combat the mold in the space station? Not like you can just spray Lysol all around. Yeah, really good environmental control and life support systems, Lycan. The RTLS Saturn V first stage? Yeah, Trey, that would have been nice. It's very clear to me that trying to develop reusability right in at the start and full reuse from the start is not the best way to do it. Build something and then with the expectation that it might be reusable, get it working, and then go from there. Look at Starship. Starship was the same way. First couple of Starship flights, first 4 Starship flights were fully expended. Actually, the first 5 fully expended. The only thing we've ever, well, not the first 5, asterisks on that one. The only thing we've gotten back from 5 Starship flights is 1 first stage. So even Starship, designed to be fully reusable, you're going to have to expend something and then get a baseline and then go from there. Minimum viable is super important when it comes to spaceflight. Yep. Why stop at 10 meters? Let's go for 20 meters. Because material science, John. Yeah. So, i.e., in the applications of Saturn V, building, if I was, say I hit the lottery, and I hit the lottery for enough to develop my own Apollo program. First of all, it'd probably take you about a decade and about $30 billion. And that's if you hire the right people. So say I hit the lottery for $30 bajillion. Say Elon said, I like you, and just gave me $30 billion. And that's what I had to do. I would just build the Saturn V and get your avenue to the moon reestablished. And then work on reusability from there, which is what the Apollo program was doing. Part of the Apollo applications program that we were talking about, guys, was figuring out ways to get first stages back. There was a flyback S1C variant. Personally, I'm more of a fan in the interim of the LOX Dome jettison and hydropneumatic shock absorber smart reuse. Basically, the S1C is flying down. It's cruising down like a missile because it's got fins on the back. They pop the LOX dome off, put parachutes on the back. So you slow it down to like 100 miles an hour. It'll pop the dome. The entire front of the whole thing comes off, exposing the entire LOX tank to the water. And then when it dunks in the water, it's like if you took a cup and tried to pull it down into water. You're compressing the air inside of the cup, and it actually slows it down enough to be recoverable. So yeah, you don't get your dome back, but you get your thrust structure back, which is the most important. Sort of the way the SRBs do things. Exactly the way the SRBs do things, Sleepy. Where do you think they got the idea? Weren't F1 engines built to be reused? They could be reused, Trey. In fact, all of them were reused. They fired them all on the test stands. That's what the B1, B2 test stand was for. Guys at Stennis, they didn't build those gigantic test stands just to test Saturn V once. Here. The B test stand is a twin cell test stand at Stennis. Here, take a look. Take a peek. This is a twin cell test stand that's at Stennis. You could see it there during the SLS green run. That's the Artemis 1 core being on the B2 cell. The B1 cell was used last, to my knowledge, for testing RS-68. RS-68 propulsion, right? But if you look, it's a twin cell stand. What it was really supposed to do, if you look at an older picture, that is the static fire test stand for Saturn V first stages. That's what it was supposed to do. Every single Saturn V stage, there it is. Every single Saturn V stage was fired right here, with the exception of SA500F, that stage, believe it or not, ironically, because that's the one in the picture. Every single Saturn V stage here was tested. They fired them all right here on this test stand before they shipped them off to Kennedy. Just like what SpaceX does at McGregor, same idea. So wasn't the F1 engines built? Were the F1 engines built to be reused? Well, yeah, obviously. Yep. That's why they built these behemoth test stands, because they were going to be testing a lot of Saturn stages. Where were the S1Bs tested? That's actually a good question. I got wind of Goatbot. I got wind of KSA over the weekend at work, trying to mafia stop my excitement, but it's pretty resilient. You think this will be our KSP2? Sorry about being off topic. No, we're kind of doing a round robin until the NASA coverage starts. I'm working on KSA, Goatbot, at least consulting in some capacity. So I will try my best to make sure that that project succeeds within the confines of my capability on this project. How many Saturn V's would be needed to alter Earth's spin? So much that we wouldn't be able to make enough. And Flykin, you want climate change? That's a real good way to do it. That acronym will always be Kerbal Space Academy to me. Me too, Kurlani. I'm having trouble with that one. The Saturn 1B, where were those tested? I don't know if those were tested at Stennis, to be honest with you. Kitten Space Agency is what KSA stands for, John. It's Dean and Rocketworks' spiritual successor to the Kerbal franchise. But we can't, they don't have the IP to Kerbal, so they can't call it Kerbal. Welcome back to the Academy. Good old DAS days. Yep. Yeah, see, that's the business side of the B1, B2 test stand. That's what it was supposed to do, man. They're supposed to just put Saturn V first stages on here and just keep firing them. That should show you the scale of which we're talking about of the Apollo program, guys. The way they set up the Apollo architecture was actually super smart. Von Braun and the guys that kind of oversaw the whole systems engineering for the project knew that this blank check for spaceflight wasn't always going to be around, right? So what they did was they designed the entirety of the Saturn V architecture, basically all the test stands, launch facilities, integration facilities, factories, everything, to basically be robust enough. So, okay, first and foremost, they designed it to be robust enough to, if something went catastrophically wrong, there would be redundancy. So, like, that's why they built 2 launch pads, 39A and B, for example, right? Because if one pad exploded, you still had the other pad. But in doing that, they basically designed test stands that would be robust enough to offset the insane bill for the Apollo program in the long term. Actually, really, really smart. Really, really great systems engineering. Probably the best. Probably like basically the Bible of systems engineering when it comes to spaceflight architecture. The Apollo program was so ridiculously well engineered. It's unreal how good it is. Because for the crazy cost of the Saturn V, you have all these test stands made, and all you really needed to do once again the blank check from Uncle Sam was gone is just focus on buying Saturn V cores, which arguably would be easy because all the development was already done. All you had to do to offset the cost was just keep making this. Just keep making Saturn Vs. You already have all the facilities there that are built based off of all the blank check that you got from Uncle Sam from the space race program to basically keep launching Saturn Vs for the indefinite, and it's still cheaper than developing any new architecture. Basically, they put in long-term robustness they built long-term robustness into the architecture to make it so eventually Saturn Vs you could employ them in mass and just keep launching them. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? Sound familiar? Yeah, it should. Nope, can't hear it. Speak up. Yeah, they basically, the idea is that the test stand and the facilities are the stuff that costs so much, and the development of the vehicle is what costs the most, which is right. Yeah, that's correct. It's always going to cost billions of dollars to make a new rocket that goes to the moon. It's not going to, let me put it to you like this. It's not going to cost millions of dollars, not in our lifetime, that's for sure. It's going to cost billions of dollars to make something that big. So Von Braun and the engineers at NASA took advantage of the funding that they had to basically make a healthy and robust space program that could last us centuries. And people say, centuries, EJ? Really? Don't you think we would have made something better by... Oh, a half century from now. Do we have something better than the Saturn V? Oops. Hey, Predominant 70-month resub. You have nuggies. I'm jealous. See what I'm saying? They had tremendous foresight, dude. It's unbelievable how smart they were. He keeps pointing at something, but it's over my head. Nothing goes over my head. I am too fast. I will catch it. Even that check from the Apollo program, that blank check from Uncle Sam that we got during the space race, is still paying dividends now because we have test stands to test super heavy launch vehicles. See what I'm talking about? It's paying dividends even though we decided not to use Saturn V. These test stands are still useful to this day. 39A and 39B, still useful to this day. They were very smart in their implementation. And like I said, there's no way Elon doesn't know about that stuff, dudes. There's no way he doesn't. There's no way he doesn't know about the high throughput that the VAB is capable of doing. The high throughput that a crawler transporter and a mobile launcher platform can be used to achieve insanely high launch cadence. There's no way he doesn't know that. Which is why I think it's funny that SpaceX is moving to a mobile launcher platform style OLM. It's very curious, isn't it? There's no way he doesn't know about this. And that's part of the reason that feeds my crazy VAB Starship theory. But anyway, yeah, here's a shot from RGV. That's what I'm talking about. That sure looks like a mobile launcher, that's for sure. Musk underscore Elon exclamation point. Who are you? And why must you play with my emotions?
Oh, this is space. I'm in
It's been a
space.
tier 1 sub to Musk underscore Elon. Nice. Yeah, mutter. I was afraid that this picture... Yeah, Saturn 1B first stages were tested at Marshall. That test stand is still there. For what it's worth, it's going to be demolished soon. A TIFF? Really? Pick up your photos. Shut the hell up. Unfortunately, they left the original Saturn 1 test article outside for too long and scrapped it. Also, Air Force prototype. TIFFs are better than JPEGs. Yeah, if you don't care about hard drive size, sure. Yep, they scrapped that. Left it outside for too long. That's the original, that's the first Saturn 1 test article ever. They scrapped it last year. The test stand that it fired on is right there, and it's so damn old it has plants growing on it because they didn't take care of it. There's no point. They're gonna scrap that soon too, which just blows. But hey, look how long Elon has been following you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Following since June 29th, 2018. Yeah, that's probably just somebody on a Smurf account just to screw with me, dude. Because if you really want an ace in the hole, Elon's doing a live town hall right now about politics, so fat chance. Hey Casimir, what's up? Seeing those plants grow on the test stand reminds me of something off of Destiny. Yeah, program for real. Hey, Newmark. Morning, evening to you. Yeah. Actually, the town hall is over. Curious. Okay. Guys, real quick, if you want to learn about the systems engineering behind Apollo, read this book right here, Rocket Ranch by Jonathan Ward. The reason why, this should tell you why EJ thinks they're going to roll starships out of the VAB, because 39A, 39B, Complex 39 architecture is genius. And this will show you why. It's actually insane. About as close as we've gotten to a moving assembly line for rockets. And like I said, Von Braun and his engineers had the wherewithal to know that that money for spaceflight wouldn't always be there. So shoot your shot, get the money, because they figured out that building rockets is actually cheaper than doing the development for it. Still holds true to this day. Never won't hold true. Always the development is the hardest part. Right? This design right here, genius. Genius. And I think that SpaceX would be stupid to not leverage that. It's not like NASA's using it. Just saying. And before you say, well, aren't they using it for SLS? They are using 3 high bays for SLS. That still leaves one open. Not a lot of people know the VAB can build 4 Saturn Vs all at once. You know how I know? They did that. That's a cross-section of the VAB from Rocket Ranch. You can fit mobile launchers in on either side. That's 2-fold, by the way. There's 2 of these bays. There's another one behind it. So there's high bay. There would be high bay 1, high bay 1, high bay 3, high bay 2, high bay 4. Fun fact. Let me see if I can find the top down. Yeah, there you go. Look. See? You could build 4 rockets with it all at once. And there's 4 cells right here in the transfer aisle. This is S4B checkout right there. The S4B checkout stands are still there. They never got rid of them because they didn't need to get rid of them because the shuttle didn't utilize those because the shuttle had no 3rd stage. The S4B checkout stands inside of the VAB are still there in their Apollo configurations. How much did it cost to make those? Educate yourself, fools. This book's amazing. You can learn that you have insanely high throughput with 39's design. It's really designed for not rapid reuse per se, but it's really designed for high launch cadence. So if you give it the avenue to receive rockets as well as launch them, they tried to do that with the shuttle landing facility. That didn't work too well. But if you give it the avenue to launch and receive rockets, you could achieve an insanely high launch cadence, like what SpaceX is trying to do.
The first Dragon supporting a cargo.
There we go. Yumei Zhao is on the commentary tonight for SpaceX. This is CRS-31 launch coverage. We're going to end space news with this.
Reusability is key to everything we do here at SpaceX, and to date, we've reflown Dragon spacecraft on 27 missions.
There you go, Kralani.
On 333 missions combined. Dragon is the only U.S. vehicle flying today that can fly round trip to and from the space station, carrying vital supplies and returning safely with critical cargo. The spacecraft flying today may also be the first Dragon to perform initial tests once docked with the station that demonstrate Dragon's reboost capability. These tests are designed to show Dragon's ability to control
Depends on what you're trying to do, Flecken.
And altitude, with more on that in just a few minutes.
She said moron. So this is the SpaceX 31. This is the 34th. Nice, EJ. This is the 34th I did it again. 31st. 3-1, moron. Speak English. We're in America. Let's go. Sorry. This is the 31st resupply mission for SpaceX. This is launching an uncrewed Dragon capsule to the space station, which should do a 12-hour rendezvous. The stage tonight is 1083, and it'll be its 5th flight on a 56-day turnaround. The Dragon being used is Dragon C208, which is unnamed. It's just 208. It's its 5th flight on a 518-day turnaround. It hasn't been used in a little while. 33rd! Today, Junior! Yeah, so this one's going to go up to the ISS. Believe it or not, it's going to do a rendezvous and dock to the ISS at 10 tomorrow, conditions permitting. Let's see. Pending regulatory approval. Oh, wait, no, that's something different.
I'm happy to report that the teams here in Mission Control are go for launch.
Okay.
The International Space Station and its crew members, including NASA astronaut and Commander Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, Don Pettit, and Nick Hague, are ready to welcome Dragon with its anticipated docking tomorrow morning. The crew is rested and ready to receive Dragon after witnessing the relocation of Crew 9's Dragon spacecraft after relocating from the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module, Node 2, or the zenith-facing port of the module to clear its path for the arrival of the commercial resupply mission. Now, as we shift our focus here in Houston to the countdown for Dragon, I'll hand it back to you in Hawthorne for more details on the vehicles involved in this mission. Yome?
As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking CRS-31 to the space station today. Sitting atop the Falcon 9 rocket, Dragon in its trunk stand about 27 feet
It
tall.
is a little decent, guys.
Dragon has 16 Draco
It's
thrusters
not
that can be
me.
used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. Dragon's trunk.
Yeah, this mission, CRS-31, per the pre-flight press conference from NASA earlier today, is going to demonstrate station boosting operations. This Dragon will be used to change the ISS's trajectory, just with a little bit of an apogee boost. The idea is that it is a precursor to A, be able to use Dragon to boost the station if needed, and B, it's kind of a, let's call it a little bit of a learning lesson here for deorbit operations that could happen in the future.
Reusable Dragon spacecraft fleet has completed 9 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and has both
That's right,
visited
Mason.
the station and returned
Unboost
to Earth
capability.
43
About the
times
VAB
under
theory.
NASA's commercial resupply.
Would it not be cheaper for SpaceX to have its own land in Florida to do launches from there? After all, lowering the operational cost its end goal, I assume renting the VABs are not cheap. Yeah, Lotus, renting the VAB actually is probably not the most expensive thing, but, then again, 50-story tall high bays are not, in high supply in Florida. You know what I mean? First of all, I don't think SpaceX will be building stuff inside of the VAB. I really don't think so. Not even NASA manufactured stuff inside of the VAB. Actually, they are with SLS, but that's another story. Technically not manufacturing, just assembly. But I think that SpaceX is going to use the VAB as a Starship processing facility. Think about it. It's not the stupidest decision. I don't think they're going to be building stacks in there, but I think they're going to use it as basically Starship's hangar. It makes a lot of sense. You could store two Starship stacks, Super Heavy and Rocket, just sitting in there inside of the VAB, inside of one of the high bays if you really knew what you were doing. And then if you wanted to bring them out, you could bring 2 stacks with a crawler transporter. You could probably bring 2 of them, if I'm thinking about this right. With a very, very light mobile launcher plate, you could probably bring 2 stacks. The crawler transporter could carry 2 Starships, I'm pretty sure. On a launcher, well, just on a platform, right? You're not going to move anything like you're not going to have anything like the launch umbilical tower or anything. You don't have the LUT because it's not a launch pad, right? You already have the OLM and the chopsticks out at 39A. So you could probably put a platform on there with 2 Starship stacks kind of right next to each other and roll that out to the VAB. If you really wanted to. You could do that way. Sure. And then that would just make it easier for the chopsticks to just pick them up. Have the crawler transporter drive to one pad and basically put 2 towers on either side, opposed at 90 degrees, like what they have at Boca Chica, and have the crawler transporter drive into the center and have the chopsticks pull each and put it down. There's the USD orbit vehicle. I could draw more of what I'm thinking about later. Let's watch this mission.
After the end of its operational life in 2030. The USDV will be based on today's Dragon, but will feature a redesigned, larger trunk section with more Draco thrusters to help lower the station's orbit. The vehicle will also need 6 times the usable propellant and 3 to 4 times the power generation and storage of today's Dragon spacecraft. Falcon 9 and Dragon have played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting both crew and cargo to and from the space station. There are currently 3 Dragon capsules used for cargo missions, which have collectively flown 10 CRS missions to date, and there are 4 capsules supporting human spaceflight that have docked to the station. Their names are Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom.
Got a little Dragon
Crew
fleet
9
going.
arrived on board Dragon Freedom, which is currently docked to the station and is SpaceX's 15th human space mission since 2020, when Dragon became the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station. As Joseph mentioned, Crew 9 actually just completed a port relocation maneuver from the forward port to the Zenith port over the weekend to make room for CRS-31 launch.
That was on
today.
Sunday morning.
Now, as the countdown continues, let's check back
Why
with
is it
Joseph
slanted?
at JSC.
Thank you very much, Yome.
I forgot the
Teams here in
reason.
Houston continue to monitor the countdown of NASA's SpaceX CRS-31 mission with everything on track for a successful launch. 2024 has been a year of important achievements for the International Space Station, showcasing what's possible through collaboration, as NASA's 31st commercial resupply mission with SpaceX marks the 12th launch to the orbiting laboratory this year. And it's clear that success in space is a collective effort, built on dedication and teamwork. Let's take a closer look at how this team effort has kept the station thriving throughout the year.
The year began with Progress 87 delivering essential supplies to the International Space Station. NASA's SpaceX 29th commercial resupply mission this year, from cargo deliveries to crewed launches and hosting 25 residents, reminds us that space exploration is a shared endeavor. The commitment and adaptability of countless individuals, both on Earth and in orbit, keep the station thriving. As we look ahead, we remain focused on building a future where exploration continues to push boundaries for all humanity.
As we reflect on the accomplishments of 2024, it's clear that every milestone aboard the International Space Station is made possible through the dedication and teamwork of countless individuals around the world. And that journey doesn't stop there. This mission is set to deliver over 3 tons of critical cargo, including scientific hardware and samples that will advance our understanding of the physical and biological phenomena. The microgravity environment of the space station provides a unique opportunity to conduct research that can drive new technologies for deep space exploration and improve life back here on Earth. Behind every experiment, there are scientists and engineers who have spent months, sometimes years, preparing for this moment. Let's take a look at some of the science heading to the station.
All right, guys, I'm gonna run the ads here so you don't see them.
Are launching scientific investigations.
Guys, I'm gonna run ads on the Twitch side of things. If you're on YouTube, don't worry about it. I'm gonna run ads on the Twitch side of things so you don't see an ad during the launch or landing. I hate ads, but what I hate, I don't like ads and I don't like running them, to be 100% honest with you. But what I really don't like are intrusive ads that kind of happen in the middle of something happening in the content that you're watching. Those are the worst. So I'm going to run them now, take a little bit of an ad break. I'll see you on the other side.
Systems suitable for use in bioregenerative future missions. Dozens of samples will be exposed to space to evaluate material stability and to help researchers better understand the impacts of spaceflight. Results could support better design for spacecraft and satellites. researchers will demonstrate cold welding techniques in space and evaluate sample integrity. Results could aid in the development of interior spacecraft repair methods and improve applications of cold welding on Earth.
Please.
Discover more about all of the science making the journey to the orbiting lab at nasa.gov/ISS-science.
Okay, Lotus, you're kind of right. The music is a little bit over the top, but the science is dope.
Currently T-minus 5 minutes and 10 seconds, and everything continues to be go for launch. Coming up shortly, the transporter erector, also known as the strongback or TE, will retract away from Falcon. The TE is the large truss structure you see
Falcon
there.
9 tanks are pressing for strongback retract.
All right, here we go.
Next to the rocket,
Inside
you
of
just
5
heard
minutes.
that call out that the tanks are pressing in preparation
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
for strongback retract, and Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
There is that call out for Dragon transitioning to internal power. And ahead of the transporter erector reclining, you'll see the clamp arms just below Dragon
Strongback lower has started.
begin to open. Now the transporter erector is designed to transport, raise, and support Falcon 9 at the launch pad and uses its umbilicals or flexible lines to route the vehicle's fluids, power, and telemetry from ground systems to the rocket and payload until Falcon 9 switches to internal power. There you can see those clamp arms beginning to open right under Dragon at the top of the second stage. You should see that truss structure on the right.
On countdown, LD pulling for MD for final status check.
All right.
MD is go for launch.
I had to eat a good luck strip waffle. Strip.
You see the transporter erector reclining from Falcon 9.
Something like that, Nitro, yeah. So the T is going to move back into the 89-degree position here. When the vehicle launches, this structure right here is going to shoot that way. Strip waffle, yes, it's very, very delicious. I don't have hot coffee to put it over right now. I drank all the coffee.
And there it is, fully reclined from Falcon 9.
Is he carrying anything? It's carrying a bunch of scientific experiments, food, water, stuff like that.
Also green and ready to support. If for some reason we are not able to launch tonight, we do have a backup opportunity tomorrow, Tuesday, November 5th at 8:06 a.m. Central Time, 9:06 a.m. Eastern. At this point in the countdown, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. At T-minus 60 seconds, Falcon 9 will be in startup. This means that the rocket's autonomous internal flight computers have taken over the launch countdown. And just inside T-minus 2 seconds, we'll light the Merlin 1D engines for liftoff.
The vehicle continues to be healthy.
Yeah,
and
like
the
it
Falcon
should
9
fly up
team
the
is
coast.
Tracking no issues.
Actually,
Currently, weather is
I might
turning
be
and
able
the
to
range
see
is
it.
ready to support a T0 at 9:29 p.m. Eastern Time. Weather is looking good, and in these last few minutes, Falcon 9 is performing final health checks on the primary communications, avionics, and propulsion systems ahead of launch.
Stage 2, locks load complete.
With that, we're hearing the checkouts of the second
Ice
stage.
cream!
Yeah,
right.
Actuators underway and referred to as the engine gibble or wiggle test. And this is when SpaceX moves the nozzles ever so slightly to make
Dragon
sure
is
that the
auto
guidance
idle.
hardware is acceptable for flight.
Dude, I like that
Dragon now
NASA
moves into
PAO.
auto idle, continues those checkouts for the first stage engines, and that happens just seconds before ignition. At the time of launch, the International Space Station will be
Gas
flying
launch goes
some
up to start.
260 statute miles crossing the Atlantic Ocean.
Guy's pretty good at commentary. I like this new PAO. I haven't seen him before. Programmer, you really need this thing to lift off? Well, I'll tell you your odds of success here in about 5 seconds, because Falcon is going to move into startup here now.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Okay.
Dragon is in countdown.
Well, I've definitely heard this dude somewhere before. He's got he's good commentary, really, really good.
SpaceX launch director, go for launch.
Launch director,
There
the LD
is
reports
that
go.
final launch director go. All systems are go for launch of Falcon 9 and the CRS-31 mission.
T-minus 30 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds.
I just said that. When should I go out for this? 6 minutes. Look southeast, low on the horizon for you, Flykin.
15 seconds.
Launch commentary mode. 10.
Minus 10, 9,
Sound suppression
8,
system is primed.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Ignition.
2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And lift.
We got a liftoff. CRS-31 is in the air on a 12-hour rendezvous to the International Space Station.
Vehicles pushing downrange. And we have liftoff. NASA's SpaceX 31st commercial resupply mission is on its way to the International Space Station, carrying science, supplies, and the spirit of exploration.
Oh, he did it better than me. Okay, vehicle will execute its roll program now. Roll program will put it on a roughly 45-degree azimuth.
Now,
It's
during
actually a little
ascent,
bit
we
more
will
than that.
tilt or gimbal the engines, guiding the rocket into what we call a gravity turn. Now, during this turn, the vehicle is flying both up and horizontally away from the launch pad. The rocket
Power and telemetry nominal.
typically
Good call
needs
for
to
power
go
and telemetry.
17,500 miles per hour horizontally in order
Falcon
to
9 is supersonic.
Vehicle
avoid getting pulled
supersonic.
back down to Earth. You just heard that call out that Falcon 9 is supersonic. And shortly we'll be throttling the engines back in preparation for max Q.
CRS-31, Zing. This is a resupply mission to the International Space Station.
Max Q.
Maximum dynamic pressure.
There's that call out for max Q. That's the maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will see during ascent.
Oh, what a
And
shot.
coming up shortly, we will have a few events in quick succession, starting with main engine cutoff,
Oh, that's
followed
pretty.
by stage separation, second
Stage 2 engine chill.
engine startup 1, and the
Oh.
boost back burn of the first stage.
Mama.
You just heard the call out for the second stage engine chill, starting in preparation for that
sorry,
engine
what?
startup.
Okay, so second stage thermal conditioning
We
has
are
been
just
initiated
about 30
here.
seconds away from main engine cutoff, where the 9 Merlin 1B engines on the first stage will shut down. Shortly after that, the stage 1
This
and
is going
2 will
northeast up
separate
the
from one
coast.
another,
That's right,
and
Serbian.
the MVAC
You'll be able to
engine on
see
the
it
second
if you
stage will start.
Yeah, anywhere on the coast. If you look a little bit southeast, you'll be able to see it coming up over the horizon.
Second engine start 1 is when we ignite that single Merlin vacuum engine of the second stage. Shortly after that, the boost back burn will start on the first stage.
Short main engine cutoff here is usually on Starlink launches. It's usually at T plus 2 minutes
There's
and 30
main
seconds.
engine cutoff.
Main engine cutoff.
Florida 619. Stage
Stage
separation.
separation confirmed.
Got a good set.
Stage separation.
Look at the Floridian Peninsula. Oh man!
Stage 1 boost back startup.
And
Oh,
there
it's
you can
beautiful.
see a beautiful view of the concurrent second stage engine
First
start,
stage
along
turning
with the
around
start of that first stage
To go
boost
land back at
burn.
the Cape.
And really cool views from the second stage engine there.
So
and
what
the first stage.
What you're seeing going on here is the interaction of plumes between the second stage and the first stage. The first stage did turn around, and it's going back towards the launch site, and the second stage is going away. So their plumes are actually interacting with each other. And them interacting with each other in a low-pressure environment is making kind of look like this crazy wavy phenomenon that's going on here.
CRS-31 mission towards its intended orbit.
I'm going to move over here so you guys can see the telemetry better.
Stage 1 boost back shutdown.
Boost back on the
There
first
is
stage
the end
is
of that
stopped.
boost back burn. Again, that was the first of 3 planned burns of the first stage.
This is an ISS
And
resupply
in about
mission,
3
Candy.
minutes, there will be 2 additional burns, the entry burn and the landing burn of
My
that first
favorite.
stage to bring it back down to land at landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral. We are at T plus 3 minutes and 55
Are you gonna go
seconds
see it?
here
I can't
in
see it
today's
yet.
Mission.
Not that far up the coast yet.
CRS-31 is SpaceX's 105th launch this year, and we are coming up on the entry burn and then second engine cutoff of the second stage.
SF shot was awesome.
Now
Yep.
the entry burn is slated for a little over 2 minutes from now at the T plus 6.5 minute mark, and you should see that on your screen when the first stage performs it. And for that entry burn, we relight 3 of the 9
Vehicles
M1D.
are on a nominal trajectory.
You heard that call out. Vehicles are all on a nominal trajectory. And again, for that entry burn, we will relight 3 of the 9 M1D engines, starting with the center E9 engines, followed shortly after by the E1 and E5 engines, which are on either side of it.
Long before we can see
And
it.
this burn will slow the vehicle down as it passes back into the Earth's atmosphere.
7-8 minutes victory.
And the reason we need to perform this entry burn
Give me
is
one
we need to
second.
slow
Before
down,
before the
reduce
everything
re-entry
happens, I'm gonna
forces,
go make sure there's
which
no
helps us
clouds
recover
outside.
and reuse the first stage. You can follow along on the bottom left and right hand of your screen for the speed and altitude for the first and second stages respectively. And the second stage, which you can see on your screen right now, is on its first burn. And this is what will be targeting the Dragon orbit, from whence, after Dragon's operation, Dragon will continue the rest of its journey to the International Space Station using its own onboard Draco thrusters.
Cloudy.
We are just about 30 seconds from the start of the first stage entry burn. This will be about a 20-second burn that slows that first stage down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Nominal trajectory.
Yeah, it's cloudy.
We are also currently in the middle of the second stage burn. We have about 2 minutes left in this burn.
Fix it, weather guy. Jeez.
Stage 1 entry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn.
There is the start of the stage 1 entry
Supersonic
burn.
retro
And this is
propulsion
a
coming in.
Engine burn of the first stage, slowing the first stage down as it comes back home
Stage
to
1
Earth.
entry burn shut down.
Shut down. We got a short entry burn for the RTLS. RTLS is
And
saved.
there
You
is
can
that
see the
call out for
coast
a
of
good
Florida.
Entry burn and the flight termination system being saved.
A little bit of plasma accumulation on the grid fins right
Really
there.
cool views of the nighttime on the Cape Canaveral coast.
That's Cocoa Beach.
At the first stage that
Over
supporting
there.
today's mission will perform, has performed this entry burn for the 5th time. And
She's
Falcon
coming
9
in
is
hot.
the world's first orbital class reusable rocket. And this is important because it allows us to reuse the most
Go
expensive
outside
parts
now,
of the
Victory, and
rocket,
look.
which drives
Stage 1
down
transonic.
the access to space. We should see that landing burn starting in just a few moments.
You see Port Canaveral over there. Cocoa Beach, Satellite Beach down there. It's Cape Canaveral, or no, that's
Stage 1 landing burn.
that's Launch Complex 36.
There is the
Landing
start of
burn.
the stage 1 landing burn.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Oh, beautiful shot. Ah.
Stage 1
Touchdown.
landing confirmed.
What a
Booster 1083
What a
completing its
beautiful
5th
view of
flight.
that.
Terminal guidance.
first stage landing, and with that, that landing marks SpaceX's
All right, I'm gonna go look,
360-second
just to be
recovery
sure.
of an orbital class rocket, including the first stage landings for Falcon 9 and Heavy. And we are coming up on second engine cutoff 1 here on the second stage in just a few moments.
Stage 2 shutdown.
There is that call out for SECO 1. You can see that MVAC engine slowly cooling off.
Nominal orb insertion.
There is that confirmation of a good orbit. Looks like we are on track for Dragon separation in just a few minutes here at the T plus 9 minute and 25
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
second mark. You can see that MVAC engine continuing to cool down. And we are waiting for Dragon separation here in just a few moments.
Dragon separation confirmed.
There is confirmation of Dragon separation. You could just see it floating away there.
I hate clouds. I
And
hate
if you're
them.
just joining us, we did have a successful launch
Stupid
from
clouds.
Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center.
So I have a question. Some booster lanes are at sea somewhere and some are on land. It's the payload mass, Cubian, that has to do with it. Yeah, if it's launching a higher mass payload, you're going to need more of the first stage fuel to push it into space. So that's less fuel that you can use for boosting it back. If you're, I can't believe I'm saying this, but at this point, if you're launching something relatively light, like a Dragon capsule, right? Dragon capsule is just, it has equipment on it, but it's mostly hollow space, right? Weird thinking about that way, right? The first stage has the performance envelope to be able to basically 180 and go right back to the launch site. But on Starlinks, which are more closer to Falcon 9's max payload capacity, you don't have that fuel that you need to turn around. So they just let the first stage coast and land on the drone ship.
As it begins,
The clouds hate you too.
The
I mean, hi.
International Space Station. We should see the start of nose cone deploy here for Dragon shortly as well.
Hello.
A very exciting sight to see. Dragon, you saw, was drifting away from Falcon 9's second stage, confirming spacecraft separation. Let's check in with Joseph as we prepare for nose cone deploy and preview what's in store for the rest of the flight.
Thank you very much, Yome, and we're following along here from Mission Control in Houston. A wonderful launch.
So the second stage, Pegster is going to put Dragon into orbit here. Actually, we saw the deploy. Did I miss the deploy? Yeah, I missed it. The Dragon nose cone will open, and the second stage will actually perform a deorbit burn once Dragon is a good ways away from it. Just want to see that deploy of the capsule here.
There is confirmation of Dragon separation. You could
Oh.
see it floating away there.
Dang, you guys didn't get it either.
Dragon's orbit and meet up with the International Space Station, and all that will begin in a little over half an hour from now. Now, for
You got it in
Dragon
Norfolk,
overall,
very
it is
faint though,
carrying
John.
well over
Nice.
3 tons of cargo that is heading to the International Space Station and the Expedition 71 crew, and that includes crew supplies, of course, science investigations, spacewalk equipment, vehicle hardware, and computer resources. And one thing that the Dragon is...
I just want to point out in Mission Control Hawthorne, you can see through those windows the assembly line. They're building engines over there. See the rocket engines? They're building Merlin engines back there.
For that crew who are anxiously awaiting them. And we did receive...
And see that thing over there that's kind of glassed in over there? They're building fairings over there. See that gray thing right there? That's a Falcon 9 thrust structure being assembled. See that hole? Those are the engine ports.
There's one bulk overwrap bag or bob that features special occasion holiday items like lobster, crab, and quail. In addition to these items, there are also 110, that's right, 110 bulk overwrap bags containing standard food menu items, as well as some crew preference choices along the way. Now, as we take a look at the control rooms that are monitoring Dragon's progress and the International
Which one is the
Space
coffee
Station,
bar?
they're on your
Over
left,
here.
the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which is where we are here in Mission Control Houston. And then, of course, on the right, the teams in SpaceX monitoring Dragon's journey. And now this journey is going to continue on into the early morning hours and through the phasing burns that will be required to get Dragon to the space station by both teams.
Really,
and then they'll
medic.
come together jointly just before docking to work and connect the cargo craft to the orbiting laboratory.
There's talk about bringing some of the Falcon 9 production to Starbase.
to await the nose cone deploy of the Dragon craft as we continue to monitor everything here
No way,
from Mission
medic.
Control Houston. Now, we mentioned a series of burns required for the spacecraft.
Hey,
once it
W40,
reaches
thanks for
orbit,
the
which it
raid.
just did, and now in about 30 minutes or so, we will see that first round of what will be
Thank you,
5
Jonathan.
burns that will take Dragon onto its next phase of the mission. So as we continue to await the confirmation of nose cone deploy, let's take a closer look at the next several hours and what's in store for the Dragon space. Separated from the Falcon 9, it begins what we call the activation and rendezvous phase of the mission. And during this phase, Dragon is configured for on-orbit operations. And this phase begins after the separation of Dragon from Falcon 9 and ends with the completion of the final co-elliptic burn. Our initial orbit today is 190 kilometers by
You missed it,
210 kilometers. And with those values representing the perigee and apogee of the orbit, or the lowest and highest points over Earth. That means the orbit isn't a perfect circle, but more like a very slight ellipse. Now, over the next several hours after liftoff, Dragon will execute a series of burns, which will gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the station. And there are 5 major burns,
Nose cone deploy,
or firings of those Draco thrusters on Dragon that will bring the spacecraft close to station before we begin those final approach maneuvers. As we take a look inside the nose cone of Dragon as we speak, as the nose cap is opening right in front of us and continuing to watch the nose cone deploy, again exposing those forward bulkhead thrusters that will begin those 5 phasing burns.
Yeah, look at Texan, right?
For the spacecraft, and we will get video back as soon as possible, but to quickly take a look at some of those burns as the nose cone approaching the about halfway point of opening. The first burn is the phase burn, and that's the first major one that's going to come in about 33 minutes from now, and that's performed at the apogee, or the highest point of the initial orbit, and will raise Dragon's perigee, or lowest point, to a higher altitude. And then from there, we'll transfer over to the boost burn, which will happen in the early morning hours. The next burn, based on what our orbital data will show us, is that'll raise Dragon's orbit until its orbit reaches an altitude that is just 10 kilometers lower than the space station. And from there, we'll move into burn number 3, the close co-elliptic burn. And that's followed soon by to place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station. And this means that the crew will be about 10 kilometers lower than the space station itself during the entire orbit around the Earth. And then we move into burn number 4, which will be the transfer burn.
Go ahead, Flykin.
And this is called the transfer burn, where we will be raising Dragon's apogee, or again, the highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers below the station. As we continue to monitor the nose cone deploy of Dragon as we speak, about 3/4 of the way there to transfer us into the burn breakdown of the 5th burn, the final co-elliptic burn. And that is where we will round out everything with that final co-elliptic burn to once again maintain a constant orbit beneath the station, this time just 2.5 kilometers below. And then from there, Dragon will get ready to line itself up, fine-tuning its way before docking in the early morning hours of tomorrow, and that'll start with the approach initiation and then make its way on to waypoint 0. As we continue coverage in a successful on-time launch of NASA's SpaceX
nice shots,
31st Commercial Resupply Services mission en route to the International Space Station. As nose cone deploy just a moment away from locking into position. And we just received confirmation that the nose cone has indeed been deployed, exposing those Draco thrusters that will help the spacecraft climb its way and begin its journey
Did you guys see that?
to the International Space Station.
I don't know, Nitro. It's Windows trying to tell me that it's a holiday for something I don't care about.
Now that the nose cone is deployed, Dragon is ready for its phasing burns to the International Space Station. Operations Integration Manager of the International Space Station. Bill, thank you very much for joining us.
Great to be here.
We've discussed the crucial role of collaboration, teamwork, and dedication in making missions like this possible and ensuring a continuous flow of science, technology, and resources.
All right, guys. If you want to pick up that coverage, yeah, I'll link you guys up to the X broadcast, but that's going to do it for me. that mission is going to get to the station tomorrow a little bit after 10 o'clock. So that's about 2 hours before my start time. Guess who's going to be here for that? This guy. Yeah, I'll be here for that, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, we'll do a... Oh, that's right, weather guy. Yeah, I don't know. Ah, man, I want to do it. I should, really should, weather guy. I want to do a nice long stream tomorrow, but I keep forgetting that tomorrow is a election day. And I gotta keep reminding you, you gotta lock into the routine. Hey, Kieran, how are you, Astro? How are you? How's things? I forgot how to say your name for a second. Just do the rendezvous. Want to do just space events? Probably. Yeah. Adventures of Carl. Hey, Carl. Good to see you. I don't know, dudes. Stop looking at me, Swan. That's right. Tomorrow will be a streaming crapshoot. That's why I don't think I want to watch. Or I don't want to stream. I wish I could press the skip button on this week. Yep. Yeah. Guys, I want to do that coverage. I might be here for the coverage, but if not, we'll talk about it on Space News on Wednesday. I don't want to stream tomorrow. I really don't. I don't want to deal with it. I'm not even kidding. If it goes south real quick, no matter who you voted for, if it goes south, we'll probably be here to get our mind off things. But so, speaking for myself only, I'm in, but it's 100% your call. Well, I need some time to vote, dude. So I'd say stream the docking. Your audience is more mature than most, so I think that brief bit should be okay, especially in the morning before things get, yeah, that's probably a good idea. You're acting like people are going to incessantly talk politics in chat. I don't think this chat will get political. Yeah. All it's gonna take is one to set off the powder keg, hot dog. I might have a little bit more experience in this matter, if you know what I mean. All it's gonna take is one person saying something stupid, and then another person taking exception to that, and it's a domino effect. So I think it could be fine. Trey, I'm the one that streamed through 2 presidential elections thus far. Just saying. Election is getting auto-modded. Yeah. Well, depending on how stuff goes down, guys, I will see you guys either tomorrow or on Wednesday. What I will do is if we end up not streaming tomorrow, I will see you guys
Discovery, go at throttle up.
for long streams Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We got to make some progress on this satisfactory build, and obviously, no matter what happens, there will be space news to talk about. So, I'll be here. Astro, you haven't been able to catch the streams in a while since I transferred to a new program. Hoping to catch more soon. Well, I'm here, dude. Yep. Astro, look up Kitten Space Agency. Kitten Space Agency. Trust me on this one. Do it. I've been hitting the launch VODs hard. Nice, Deck. There you go. Looking forward to seeing the satisfactory build. Yep. As a Factorio player. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think I'm going to take the day tomorrow, guys. So, yeah, I'll see you guys all then. Thank you very much for watching. No matter what you do tomorrow, no matter who you like, please vote. Please. If you're in the US. If you're not in the US, no, don't vote. Don't. Go away. No, this is our poop sandwich. We're gonna eat it, okay? All right, just deal with it. Please go vote though. Go do it. I don't care who you vote for. I really don't. Just, it's your duty as a citizen of this country. If you do not want to, I don't care. Like, I mean, I don't blame you, but please, if you have the means, please do it. Please. I can taste the poop already. Yeah, right. Exercise your right to choose, because if you don't, you will lose. Fair? Pencil and Mickey Mouse for all I care. Anyway. I will see you guys all either tomorrow or on Wednesday. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night. This concludes our broadcast day. Have a good night, guys, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Stripes